Chapter 3:22. When Shupness realized that he had been tricked, one could imagine the humiliation he felt. As the number one enforcer under the Azura god, even in the realm of the gods, all the main gods had to be courteous to him. He had never expected that he would fall into such an awkward situation while carrying out an operation that he thought would be a piece of cake. In his opinion, he had failed miserably. With Shupness's strength, if he insisted on leaving, Flaming Bar wouldn't be able to stop him even if she used all her strength. However, Shupness was really unwilling to give up. If he were to lose to a god who was deep underground, how could he continue living in the realm of the gods in the future? He might not even be able to keep his position as an enforcer. After Fagiu fell into the trap, Shupness reacted extremely quickly. He immediately cut off the connection between himself and the protective energy that was released when he was possessed by Shura. At the same time, he continued to accumulate power. Although Flaming Bar's entanglement caused him great pain, the god-slaying sword was extraordinarily sharp. No matter how much mana the Flaming Bar fused with the Earth's core lake, it was unable to corrode the body of the god-slaying sword. It could only gradually deplete his divine power. Shupness's biggest problem was the lack of elemental energy from the outside world. Therefore, when he still had a portion of his divine power, Shupness chose to stake everything on this one throw. Although Flaming Bar had guessed that Shupness would do this, there was a problem with her judgment at this crucial moment. In Flaming Bar's opinion, as an enforcer of the realm of the gods, Shupness must have cherished his life very much. After all, a god's life was almost endless. Even if this god-slaying sword was staking everything on this one throw, it would definitely be for the sake of escaping from this place. However, she neglected one point. She neglected the importance that Shupness attached to the dignity of an enforcer of the realm of the gods, as well as the god-slaying sword's unyielding character. The god of massacre, Shupness, had staked everything on this one throw. He did not hold back at all, nor did he leave any way out for himself. Not only did he erupt with all of his remaining divine power, he even ignited his own consciousness and pushed his power to the peak through the 7-kill roars. Shupness had been a god for millions of years, so he wasn't easy to deal with. At this moment, he had completely raised his divine power to its peak under normal circumstances. The consumption of his divine sense could be recovered with time, but if he lost an abyssal deity, he would suffer a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Therefore, this god-slaying sword chose to stake his life on this gamble. Shupness had chosen to target Ji Dong's location after careful consideration. As soon as he arrived, he discovered Ji Dong's existence. However, such an insignificant human wasn't worthy of his attention. However, he soon discovered that Ji Dong's soul was actually connected to the Flaming Bar. It was impossible for a human to discover such a spiritual connection, but a god's divine sense was incomparably powerful. No matter how well the Flaming Bar concealed it, there would still be traces of it. Shupness gave himself 2 layers of insurance by staking everything on this gamble. He vaguely sensed that Ji Dong and the Flaming Bar had a special relationship. Otherwise, how could a human appear in the core of the core world? His other goal, which was more important to him, was to destroy the core world in front of him. Just like how the Flaming Bar had deceived him previously, when he sensed the close relationship between the Flaming Bar and the core lake, he reversed the restrictions that the Flaming Bar had placed on him. Coupled with the threat to Ji Dong's life, he wasn't afraid that the Flaming Bar wouldn't give in. What he wanted was for the Flaming Bar to block his all-out attack. This was also his final chance of victory. Shupness had succeeded. To the Flaming Bar, the 2 targets that he had chosen to attack were a motherly existence, while the other was a lover. What other choice did she have? The powerful god-slaying sword and the dazzling red sword tip were so domineering, but the Flaming Bar had no choice but to act at this moment. It was impossible for her to obstruct the god-slaying Shupness all-out attack by harassing him from the side. The golden red figure was accompanied by a huge wave of lava. The entire core world shook violently, and the gold color of the core world receded like the tide. When Ji Dong's soul returned to normal, and he could see everything in front of him again, He felt as though his heart was about to shatter. What he saw was the tip of a white sword. The tip of the sword had pierced through her back, which was covered by her red dress. Only the tip of the sword was visible. The flaming bar floated quietly outside the cave, where Jidong was, using her body to block Jidong. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, clamping down on the trembling, god-slaying sword. The light in her eyes was becoming dimmer and dimmer. Jidong realized that his soul could no longer connect with the consciousness of the flaming bar. It was as though the two of them were in a completely different world. Shupness' maniacal laughter rang out from the god-slaughtering sword. Raging Flames. Your name is Raging Flames, right? Not bad. Your strength is beyond my imagination, and you can even borrow the power of the magma in the Earth's core. However, in terms of battle experience at the god-slaughtering sword, you are far too lacking. If the god-slaughtering sword pierces your divine sense, your body will also shatter. The god-slaughtering sword will continuously nibble away at your divine sense until you are destroyed. The sunlight of the flaming bar was still very calm, as though she had only done something insignificant. She didn't regret it at all. If she could deceive the god-slaying god Shupness with the plan that Jidong had suggested, and make use of his fear that the planet would be destroyed, why couldn't he make use of this too? Moreover, the god-slaying sword was pointing at her lover. She had to stand here, even if she had to give up everything. Just as Shupness was laughing maniacally, flower petals suddenly flew out from the flaming bar's body and floated towards the god-slaying sword. A brilliant golden red light also shone from the flaming bar's body at this moment. The god-slaying god's laughter suddenly stopped, and it turned into fear. He said, "You're crazy. You actually used the deity disintegration technique? Aren't you afraid that your body and soul will be destroyed immediately?" The god-slaying sword trembled violently, but this time it didn't stab forward. Instead, it pulled back. He had made use of the flaming bar's mentality to injure his opponent with one strike. However, he didn't have much demonic power left. The flaming bar's hands seemed to be made of copper and iron. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. The flaming bar said calmly, "Didn't you say that my body will be destroyed if I am stabbed by your god-slaying sword? My consciousness will also be eroded. Isn't the final outcome that my body and soul will be destroyed? Rather than that, why don't I ask the god-slaying god to accompany me in death?" One by one, the petals quietly landed on the god-slaying sword. In the blink of an eye, the originally white sword had already turned golden red. The golden red sword was covered by the petals. Each lotus petal was a part of Raging Flame's natal red lotus, which was also a part of her body. Shupness wasn't exaggerating at all. The flaming bar situation was even worse than what he had said. The ice-cold, god-slaying power had already filled every corner of her soul. The connection between her consciousness and the natal red lotus was rapidly disintegrating. This was equivalent to the separation of a human's soul and body. Shupness's sword was too ruthless. The flaming bar couldn't completely block it, even with all of her divine power and the Earth's core demonic power. When the sword pierced through the body formed by her consciousness, she knew that it was all over. The flaming bar had never hated Shupness as much as she did now. She hated Shupness. She used to be afraid of death, but she was even more afraid of losing Jidong. When there was only one choice in fate, she would rather die. But how could she bear to leave Jidong? The hatred in her heart completely exploded. She definitely wouldn't let go of this enemy who had separated her from Jidong. No, no. Shupness screamed frantically in fear. Flaming bar, don't. Jidong wanted to pounce forward, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't move his body at all. Boom! There was another explosion, but this time it was the explosion of the flaming bar's life red lotus. Jidong could see the body of the flaming bar in front of him trembling violently and becoming illusory. Shupness' almost maniacal screams came to an abrupt stop. The tip of the sword that had pierced through the back of the flaming bar seemed to have been melted by the raging flames, turning into specks of light and disappearing into the air. Shupness had miscalculated. He had never imagined that the flaming bar would be so resolute. The moment his god-slaying sword stabbed into the flaming bar, The flaming bar could no longer seal the magical elements in the area. As long as Shupness was given a few breaths' time, he would be able to replenish himself by absorbing the magical elements from the outside world. When that happened, he would definitely emerge victorious. However, the moment the blazing sun stood in front of Jidong, she was already prepared to die. How could she give the god-slaying Shupness another chance? The life-red lotus was destroyed, Shupness' god-slaying sword was destroyed, Flaming Bar's body was destroyed, and so was Shupness' real body. The final outcome of this battle between gods was that both sides suffered heavy losses. The white, illusory figure slammed into the wall in the distance and slowly slid down. It was Shupness. However, he only had his consciousness at the moment, and it was an extremely weak consciousness at that. The condition of the Flaming Bar's consciousness was no better than Shupness. In fact, it seemed even more transparent than Shupness, as if it could be destroyed at any time. The god-slaying power in the god-slaying sword had been forced out of her body by the explosion of the life-red lotus caused by the Flaming Bar's deity disintegration technique. However, her soul was also extremely weak. The restraints on Jidong's body disappeared, and he pounced towards the Flaming Bar almost immediately. However, when he tried to grab the Flaming Bar, his palm brushed past the Flaming Bar's body, and it no longer felt like it had a physical body. Flaming Bar, Flaming Bar. Jidong's voice was trembling, and his heart was filled with unprecedented fear. The Flaming Bar turned around and looked at Jidong. A relieved smile appeared on her pretty face. Was she going to leave him? She didn't want to cry at a time like this. She wanted to leave her perfect self in his memory and not be sad. Hence, her smile was still as bright as ever, just like when they were together in the past. The Flaming Bar's consciousness sent an urgent message to Hyoheim. Quick, Jidong, use the fire god's twin sword to collect his consciousness. Even though I destroyed his body, his consciousness is too solid, and I can't destroy it. We can only use the overgod's fire god's twin swords to imprison him while he's weak. Only then can we slowly refine him. As long as we can complete this process, your fire god's twin swords will be able to recover their full power or even surpass it. Even though she was about to leave this world, she still couldn't forget to help Jidong. Even though the fire god's twin swords were incomplete, they were true overgod divine weapons. Once the consciousness was sealed, even a powerful expert like Shupness wouldn't be able to break free. He wouldn't even be able to emit the slightest bit of his aura. No one would know where Shupness was. Jidong's eyes were bloodshot. Bloodlust, brutality, anger, and all sorts of negative emotions filled the depths of his soul. Even his soul vortex had turned a brutal red. The Flaming Bar hated Shupness, but Jidong's hatred for him was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger. Jidong activated the Dragon Serpent transformation and spread her wings. The Godfire Saint King armor appeared and enveloped Jidong's body. The moment he shot out of the cave, the fire god's twin swords were already in his hands. The ultimate yin-yang fire was instantly pushed to the limit, causing the two swords to shine with gold and black light. Shupness' consciousness floated in the air. Due to his weakness, it was faintly discernible. His main body, the god-killing sword, had been destroyed by Flaming Bar's natal red lotus. This was the heaviest injury the god-killing god had ever suffered. However, as an enforcer, his consciousness was extremely solid. Even though he was heavily injured, it wasn't irreparable like Flaming Bar's. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to repair his consciousness. As long as he could return to the god world, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to even repair his main body. However, with the current state of his divine sense, he could not leave this place no matter what. The magma lake was filled with raging fire elements, and if he wanted to leave with just his divine sense, he would have to recover at least 10% of his divine sense's power. However, Shupness did not even have 1% of his divine sense's power. He could only maintain his divine sense without shattering, which was his limit. However, he believed that he would still be the final victor. Even though he was severely injured, he had still achieved his goal. When he saw Jidong flying towards him, Shupness didn't pay much attention. No matter how weak he was still a god. How could a human harm his consciousness? However, Chapter 3:23. Shupness didn't care when he saw Ji Dong flying towards him. No matter how weak he was still a god. How could a human harm his consciousness? However, when he saw the Vulcan swords in Ji Dong's hands, as well as the faint whirlpool on Ji Dong's sacred flame armor, his expression changed. He never would have thought that a human's mental cultivation could reach such a level. What was even more frightening was that the weapons in his hands actually possessed the aura of an overgod. How? How is this possible? Human, what are you doing? Shupness growled. Ji Dong looked at him coldly. What am I doing? Do you still need to ask me? Shupness, there's nothing more to say between us. Die. As he spoke, he unsheathed the Vulcan swords in his hands. At the same time, he released his primal chaos force without holding back. The milky white primal chaos bead slowly floated out from the breastplate on his chest. A dense aura of primal chaos filled Ji Dong's entire body. He knew very well that only by using his own soul and the primal chaos force could he harm Shupness' consciousness. Wait! Shupness shouted urgently. Ji Dong looked at him coldly. What? Are you still trying to stall for time? Do you think I'll give you such a chance? No, I think we can discuss this. Shupness' consciousness flickered violently. It was clear how nervous he was. Even a god would feel intense fear in the face of death. Discuss? Sure, I only have one request. Help raging flames recover. In that case, I might be able to let you live. Ji Dong clenched the fire god's twin swords and firmly stared into Shupness' eyes. Shupness angrily said, No, that's impossible. I won't help an abyssal demon recover. Even if I wanted to, I don't have that ability. Even the Azura god can't do it. Only the two god kings have that kind of power. But why would the god kings be willing to save an abyssal demon like her? Bastard, shut up. Ji Dong roared angrily. Shupness, you keep talking about the Abyss Devil and the Abyss Devil. Let me ask you, what right do you have to say that Flaming Bar is a devil? What evil deeds did she do to affect your god realm? Or it did affect humans. The only time she made a move in the human world was also when she stopped the people from being plunged into misery and suffering. Is she a demon? I think compared to her, you're the devil. After the birth of the Flaming Bar, it reorganized the core world. Everything here became orderly and there were no more wars. Everything that she did not harm this world. Well, why do you have to arrest her? Only the god realm can have gods, but not the human world? Who are you to decide the fate of the Flaming Bar? Were you T gods? You're committing treason. She's not a human. Shupness was stunned when he heard Ji Dong's words. Not to mention humans, even gods wouldn't dare to speak like Ji Dong. He was blaspheming a god, and he was offending the entire god realm. Ji Dong slowly raised his swords, and his eyes were filled with a crazy, killing intent. Hearing that Shupness couldn't help the Flaming Bar recover, the hatred and anger in his heart had reached its peak. Wait, listen to me. Although I can't help her recover, you're a human, so I can help you. As long as you don't destroy my divine sense, I'll make a god's oath. When I recover, I'll give you a third of her power, and you'll directly become the closest existence to a god. This is the highest level I can reach with my authority. Hearing Shupness's words, Jijua's swords paused slightly, and his ice-cold voice seemed to cause the temperature of the Earth's core lake to drop. Do you know who she is? She's an Abyss Devil. Oh no, an Abyss God. Facing a life and death situation, Shupness couldn't help but panic, and no longer cared about maintaining his dignity as a law enforcer of the god realm. Ji Dong nodded and said, The demons of the Deep Province? All right, so what if she's an Abyss Devil? But she has another identity. What is it? Shupness looked at Ji Dong in shock. Ji Dong turned around and looked at the Flaming Bar, whose body had become even more illusory. However, the swords in his hands had already swept out along with an incomparably powerful aura and the power of the fusion of his soul and primal chaos, directly towards Shupness's divine sense. The moment before his divine sense was devoured, Shupness heard Ji Dong's voice. She's my lover, and I am a man who has fallen in love with a devil. Shupness's divine sense was way too weak. The moment Ji-dong's fire god's twin swords touched his divine sense, the two super heavy swords had already left Ji-dong's hands and floated in the air. Shupness's divine sense was trapped between the two swords. No, no. Shupness screamed crazily, trying his best to support the two swords with his divine sense. However, he was way too weak at the moment. Without his real body, his divine sense was severely injured. How could he possibly contend against the power of the fire god's twin swords? The scorching sword and the flaming sword slowly closed together at a constant speed. Shupness's body was also slowly compressed and deformed during the process. His voice became weaker and weaker. When the fire god's twin swords finally closed, he could no longer make a sound. He was firmly sealed within the divine weapon. The two swords fused and a red light burst forth. However, this time, the fire god's twin swords didn't release any offensive power. Instead, they turned into a stream of light and returned to Ji-dong's body, fusing as one. The twin swords devoured the divine sense of a level 2 god. This was definitely great news for Ji-dong. It was expected that the fire god's twin swords would regain the power of the divine weapon. However, he couldn't feel excited at all. After the rage and rage, he was filled with endless sorrow and fear. He was also afraid, but not like Shupness, who was afraid of death. Instead, he was afraid that the person he loved the most would really leave him. Flaming bar. Ji-dong turned around and leapt out. At this moment, the flaming bar's divine sense had already landed on the platform in the center of the Earth Core Lake. Ji-dong leapt forward quickly. The sacred flame monarch armor fused back into his body. He opened his arms in an attempt to hold back the flaming bar, but he grabbed nothing. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. The fear in his heart had already reached its peak. Ji-dong, don't be like this, all right? The flaming bar smiled at Ji-dong. Her voice was very gentle and didn't sound weak, but it was precisely because of this that Ji-dong's heart trembled. Can you say that you love me one more time? I love you, I'll always love you. I'll love you forever and ever. I'll love you forever and ever. Flaming bar, I love you. Ji-dong was practically crying as he said these words. He couldn't hold onto the flaming bar. He grabbed his hair with both hands and knelt beside the flaming bar in pain. The flaming bar's divine sense quietly knelt in front of Ji-dong and said, Ji-dong, I love you too. These gentle words woke Ji-dong up from his sorrow. He suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at her. Although it was gradually becoming blurry, it was still so perfect. There was a time when he wished so much to hear the flaming bar say these words to him. This could be said to be his life's greatest wish. But now, even though the flaming bar said these words, I'm sorry, Ji-dong. I once told you that if there comes a day when I tell you that I love you, it will be the time when I've already prepared my wedding dress. But now, I can no longer be your bride. I'm about to leave this world. Promise me, if you really love me, then help me fulfill my only regret. I hope that for the next 10 years, you'll be able to make a cocktail for me every year using one of the famous wines on the wine register, all right? No, Flaming Bar, you're my bride. I'll never let you leave me, Flaming Bar. The tears on Ji-dong's face gradually changed. They were no longer transparent, but had a faint red tint to them. His body was convulsing in pain. He desperately opened his arms again and again, trying to hug the flaming bar's body. He wanted to make her stay, but he couldn't do it no matter what. Ji-dong, don't be like this. How can I leave with peace of mind? The smile on the flaming bar's face could no longer be maintained. She looked at Ji-dong in a daze. Her gaze was still as gentle as ever, but it was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. She said, Ji-dong, do you know? I don't regret it. Really, I don't regret knowing you. You made me feel human emotions, and you made me feel the beauty of love. I don't regret it. If there's a next life, I'll definitely put on my wedding dress and wait for you to marry me. No, I don't want a next life. Ji-dong was almost screaming. His face and body were already covered with his own blood and tears. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He stood up abruptly. His body was trembling, but his gaze was filled with madness. I've got it. Flaming Bar, Hold on. I've got it. This is the only way for us to never be separated. Under the flaming bar's astonished gaze, Ji Dong suddenly raised his right hand. A blinding white light lit up in his palm. The flaming bar could clearly see that what had appeared in Ji Dong's palm was his chaos pearl. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, his right hand had already caught the top of his own head amidst raging flames! The soul vortex hidden between his brows had actually been forcibly shaken out by his palm using the power of the chaos pearl. Immediately after, his soul vortex frantically engulfed the flaming bar's soul and forcefully pulled it into his body. Ji Dong's idea was very simple. Since the flaming bar didn't have a body, he would give his body to her. If her consciousness and his body merged into one, wouldn't they be together forever? So what if his body and soul were destroyed? As long as he could protect the flaming bar, he would not regret it even if his body and soul were destroyed. The flaming bar was stunned by Ji Dong's crazy actions. One must know that although Ji Dong's spiritual energy was powerful, it was only at the level of a human's spiritual energy. Once it left his body, it would dissipate on its own within a short period of time, never to be reincarnated. In order to keep the flaming bar alive, Ji Dong's palm strike had unreservedly expelled his entire soul from his body. He did not hold back at all, not even leaving a trace of connection between his soul and his body. This was because he was afraid that his soul would affect the flaming bar's entry into his body. At this moment, he had truly gone crazy. He had gone crazy because of the flaming bar. This was the only way he could think of to let the flaming bar live on in his own body. With the power of her consciousness, as long as she had a host body, there was always hope. Actually, Ji Dong did not know if he could save the flaming bar by doing this. However, he knew that this was the only chance and the only possibility. If he did not do this, the flaming bar would definitely die. Ji Dong's spiritual vortex was not his divine sense. It was merely a human soul. When he forcefully used the power of that one word to sever the connection between his soul and his body, he could no longer return to his body with his own strength. He no longer had any consciousness. Even so, Flaming Bar could still feel the deep love, reluctance, and madness contained in his rapidly dissipating soul. The eyes of Ji Dong's body glowed with a faint pink color. Yes, it was the pink color of Flaming Bar. Ji Dong's method was reasonable. Just as he had guessed, as long as she had a host body, it was possible for Flaming Bar to recover her divine sense. At this moment, his body was completely under the control of Flaming Bar's divine sense. Flaming Bar was too familiar with him. To Flaming Bar, there was no better host body. In addition to the chaos pearl that Ji Dong had left in her body, she had more than a 50% chance of recovering. Moreover, with a human body, she no longer had to fear the people from the realm of gods. She could use her human body to conceal her aura and even become a true god. However, would Flaming Bar do that? Ji Dong would go mad because of her death. Similarly, she would go mad because of Ji Dong's death. At this moment, when Flaming Bar's divine sense entered Ji Dong's body and stopped dissipating, the divine sense was filled with a deep love for Ji Dong. "Fool, Ji Dong, you fool!" Flaming Bar's voice came from the mouth of Ji Dong's body. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Ji Dong raised his hands in front of his chest. His remaining divine sense instantly merged with Ji Dong's chaos pearl. A gentle, milky white halo emitted from Ji Dong's body and instantly formed a halo, enveloping Ji Dong's soul that was about to dissipate completely. "Fool, Ji Dong, you've forgotten that I'm a god. Regardless of whether the realm of gods approves of me or not, I possess the power of a god. How can I let you dictate my fate? Fool, little fool, do you know? I've lived for millions of years, but only the 10 years I've spent with you have brought me the greatest happiness. Goodbye, my love. If there's a next life, I'll be your wife again." Chapter 3:24. The white light faded, and a red lotus halo floated up and gently branded itself onto Ji Dong's forehead. The soul vortex returned to the main body, and in the next moment, the other soul quietly dissipated in the air. With a smile, tears, unwillingness, and reluctance, it quietly dissipated from the peaceful core world. The magma lake kept bubbling and bursting, as if it was mourning for everything that had happened before it. A strange red halo enveloped the unconscious body. The illusory red lotus halo enveloped his body for the last time, bringing along the familiar red light and quietly leaving the core world that no longer had an owner. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Dong slowly woke up from his coma. The glaring sunlight caused him to squint. When he felt the warmth in the air, he couldn't help but feel that everything that had happened before was just a dream. The battle on Holy Evil Island, the battle between the Flaming Bar and the Azura God. How great would it be if they were all just a dream? He flipped over and sat up. He didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort, and his body was in a very normal state. He was in a small forest surrounded by tall trees, and he had been lying in the grass in this forest. Am I dead, or have I arrived in another world? Ji Dong sat there in a daze. Memories surged wildly, and a strong sense of sadness and uneasiness caused him to shiver. He abruptly stood up from the ground. At this moment, a faint golden red light suddenly attracted his attention. When he looked down, he saw a total of 9 faint golden red lights flashing on the grass around him. They seemed to be shining because he was awake. When Ji Dong squatted down again and took the 9 lights into his hand, his heart couldn't help but tremble violently. It wasn't a dream. Everything that had happened before was not a dream. These 9 golden red lights were clearly 9 lotus seeds, the lotus seeds of the Flaming Bar's natal red lotus. In that instant, Ji Dong felt his head spin, and he fell to the ground. He looked at the 9 lotus seeds in his hand, and tears streamed down his face. The faint red lotus brand on his forehead glowed. As if touched by his awakening, a familiar voice echoed in Ji Dong's mind. Ji Dong, are you awake? When you wake up, you'll trigger the lotus seeds and this memory brand I left by your side. You little fool, how could I let you sacrifice your soul to save me? These 9 lotus seeds are my last gift to you. Protect them well. When you need them, they will help you. You must be crying because of my departure. Don't be like this, okay? I want to see you happy, to see you smile. My love, I know your character too well. Don't do anything stupid, because you still haven't done what you promised me. Although I'm no longer in this world, my divine sense will definitely be watching you from another world. If you can use an exceptional wine from the wine register to mourn me every year for the next 10 years, then, after 10 years, I'll allow you to come find me. This is my final thought. Help me fulfill it, okay? I don't have time, but I believe that this won't be the end, but a new beginning. You still have too many things to do. You are the hope of the radiant 5 elements continent. I don't want to see you give up these responsibilities because of me. If that happens, you won't be the Ji Dong I like. I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. I can't bear to part with you. 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 The voice of the Flaming Bar gradually faded. In front of Ji Dong's blurred eyes, he seemed to see that perfect figure again. No, don't leave me, Flaming Bar. I beg you, don't leave me. Ji Dong rushed forward, trying to catch that blurred figure, but his body could only fall to the ground. There was no Flaming Bar in the air, only a quiet nothingness. The unbearable pain brought about by the parting of life and death almost caused Ji Dong's strong heart to collapse in an instant. His hands had already dug deep into the soil. The pain caused the mana in his body to fluctuate unstably. The leaking mana of the ultimate dual fire caused the plants around him to rapidly wither. It was also at this moment that Ji Dong suddenly recalled the words that Old Prophet left for him when he first met him. Chaos awakens in the Flaming Bar. The god will bring endless sorrow. The moment of extreme pain is also the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Illusion, reality. The soul struggles in the Flaming Bar, shattering in the Flaming Bar for eternal life. When the Flaming Bar reappears in the mortal realm, the will of heaven shall change. Nothingness, illusion, emptiness. The endless future cannot be seen. I only hope that the ending is not a tragedy. Ji Dong's spirit was suddenly lifted. He abruptly sprang up from the ground as if he was a little neurotic. He muttered those words repeatedly, but the bloody tears in his eyes did not stop. He said, Chaos awakens in the flaming bar. That's right. It was the flaming bar that helped me awaken the power of chaos. Jidong had understood the meaning of the first sentence a long time ago. However, he only understood the meaning of the second sentence now. The god will bring endless sorrow. Wasn't it referring to the arrival of the god of slaughter, Shupness, and the killing of the flaming bar by the enforcers of the realm of the gods? Old Fate's words had come true. Endless sorrow, truly endless sorrow. Jidong thought back to the look of pity in Old Fate's eyes before he died, and he finally understood why he was so sad. He was sad for himself. The moment of extreme pain is also the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn? Can I really break out of the cocoon and be reborn? Without the flaming bar, what else is there? What else is there? Without her, I have already lost everything. Illusion, reality, the soul struggles in the flaming bar, shatters in the flaming bar, and is reborn in the flaming bar. When the flaming bar returns to the human world, the will of the heavens will change. Nothingness, illusion, emptiness. I can't see the endless future. I only hope that the ending is not a tragedy. Nothing else was important to Jidong. When he read the sentence, when the flaming bar returns to the human world, he abruptly restrained his emotions. Returns to the human world? Returns to the human world? The flaming bar that old prophet mentioned, is it my flaming bar? In other words, my flaming bar still has a chance to return to the human world? As if grasping at a life-saving straw, Jidong suddenly leapt up and roared towards the sky. Lie? Flaming, 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 flaming. All his strength was channeled into these three roars. The death of the flaming bar was a huge blow to him. With a loud splat, blood spurted out from his mouth. Jidong's body fell heavily onto the ground, and he fainted once again. Perhaps fainting was the best option for him. At least, he could temporarily forget about the pain. The realm of the gods. In the illusory space, everything was filled with blurred colors. Right in the middle of the blurred colors, two halos of light, one black and one white, floated silently. They were the center of the blurred colors. In each of the black and white halos, there was a figure floating in the air. The figure's appearances couldn't be seen clearly, but it was hard to tell whether they were 100 meters tall, 1,000 meters tall, or 10,000 meters tall. Just like the black and white halos that surrounded their bodies, they were the core of this place. Kindness. Can you tell me why this is? What kind of power could make a second-level god sacrifice his life for a human? Don't you think it's ridiculous that the human would be willing to sacrifice his body and soul to save this god? A strange voice came from the black pillar of light. There was a hint of demonic charm in the strange voice. A gentle, yet soothing voice came from the white pillar of light. Evil, this is love. It was the power of love that gave them such courage. Whether they were humans or gods, they had already comprehended the true meaning of love. Because of this, they were able to defeat Shupness. Love. A disdainful snort came from the black pillar of light. What is love? Kindness. You like to use these illusory things to deliberately mystify things. I don't believe this love you're talking about. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. In the face of different desires, humans will have completely different reactions. This so-called love is nothing in the face of certain desires. Humans, especially men, have universal love when it comes to emotions. Their biological structure determines that it's impossible for men to be single-minded. In terms of physiology, men's desires are 10 times that of women's. You should know this better than me. The voice sighed softly. Evil, do you know why you've never been able to surpass me? It's because everything you know is too Philistine. In my opinion, in this world, there's only one power that is invincible, and that is love. The power of love is endless. Whether it's man or God, even you and I, it's impossible to change the direction of true love. *T, kindness. Don't try to scare me. Believe it or not, if that human called Jidong met a woman more beautiful than the flaming bar, he would also have a change of heart. Love is nothing in the face of desire. The voice in the black pillar of light seemed to be somewhat angered. Good, evil, why don't we make a bet? Our lives in the divine realm are too dull. This is a good time to add some fun. The voice in the white pillar of light was still as elegant and ethereal as before. It was not affected by the emotions of the voice in the black pillar of light. All right, let's bet. What's the wager? The voice in the black pillar of light had a faint hint of excitement. Just as the voice in the white pillar of light had said, their days here were too boring and depressing. The voice in the white pillar of light said, let's talk about it later. The Azura and the others are here. Let's deal with this first. In the blurry world of light, a red, a green, and a gray light floated over. When they arrived in front of the black and white pillar of light, they simultaneously stopped and transformed into 3 pillars of light. However, compared to the black and white pillars of light, they were slightly smaller. 3 different voices, 2 men and 1 woman, sounded at the same time. Greetings, God Kings. The voice in the black pillar of light said, all right, since we're so familiar with each other, there's no need to bring over the customs of humans. Azura, Grim Reaper, Goddess of Life, you should already know about this matter. Tell me what you think. Yes, these 3 pillars of light were the 3 God Kings, the Azura God, the Grim Reaper, and the Goddess of Life. In the divine realm, they were not only powerful main gods, but also law enforcers. In front of them, the figures in the black and white pillars of light were the 2 God Kings of the divine realm, the God of Good and the God of Evil. The 2 God Kings and the 3 law enforcers formed the Divine Realm Committee. All matters in the divine realm were decided by them. When there was a disagreement, the Divine Realm Committee would vote. The 3 law enforcers each had 1 vote, while the 2 God Kings each had 2. However, if the 3 law enforcers' opinions were unanimous, they had the right to veto the decision of the other 2 God Kings. Of course, this kind of situation had never happened before in the divine realm. It wasn't that the 3 law enforcers didn't dare to oppose the 2 God Kings. It was because the 2 God Kings, who respectively represented good and evil, almost never had a unanimous opinion. Once they agreed, it proved the accuracy and importance of the matter. How could the 3 law enforcers oppose it? The Azura God in the red light said in a low voice, 2 great Zen kings, Grim Reaper, Goddess of Life, I was not strict enough, allowing the killing god Shupness to descend to the divine realm to enforce the law without the approval of the Divine Realm Committee. Please punish me. His voice was very cold, but compared to the killing god Shupness, he was much, much calmer. In the divine realm, the Azura god's position was absolutely transcendent. He was also the head of the 3 law enforcers, and even the 2 God Kings had to give him some respect. The God of Kindness said indifferently, Azura, before coming here, you should have already investigated Shupness. Tell me the result. The Azura God said, 1 day in the divine realm is 1 year in the human realm. It has been at least 1,000 years since a 2nd level god has caused trouble in the divine realm. As for gods below 2nd level, the divine realm's law enforcers have the authority to directly enforce the law. They only need to report to the committee after enforcing the law. Shupness has been strict in enforcing the law for many years, so he is used to directly enforcing the law. Even if the other party is a 2nd level god, he still acted on his own. The evidence is conclusive, and as the law enforcer in charge of him, I am also responsible. I choose to avoid this matter. The evil god said, that brat Shupness has always been very arrogant. In the past, several God Kings came to complain to us. This time, it could be considered a punishment for him. The divine sense of a 2nd level god cannot be completely destroyed. There will always be a mark left behind. Let him be punished in the fire god sword for 1,000 days. The Azura god was startled. Punished for 1,000 days? The evil god said 1,000 days in the divine realm, which was also 1,000 years in the human realm. Chapter 325. I agree. The God of Kindness said indifferently. The 2 God Kings had expressed their stance, and the Azura God wanted to avoid it. There was no turning back now. The Grim Reaper in the gray light said, Shupness should be punished for his actions, But what about the gods nurtured in the five elements continent's core? If she had taken another step forward, her cultivation would be comparable to the fire god of the elemental gods. Now that her divine sense has dissipated, what should we do with her divine sense imprint? The goddess of life in the green light said, Shupness handled this matter too rashly. Although the flaming bar goddess was born in the underground abyss, she has never done evil. Although her appearance changed the situation in the five elements continent and affected the development of the continent with her divine power, she definitely doesn't deserve death. I asked the two god kings to be magnanimous. All the gods in the god realm knew that if they made a mistake and were punished by the god of law, they would be extremely lucky to meet the goddess of life. The goddess of life had a gentle personality and would usually be lenient. However, if they met the god of death and the god of Azura, things would not be so easy. The god of death had always been impartial, while the god of Azura would be even more severe, killing one as a warning to others. The Azura god said, Shupness is in the wrong, but the flaming bar goddess of the abyss dared to defy the orders of the Divine Realms Committee and use force to resist. She even killed the Divine Realms Enforcer. This crime cannot be avoided. The god of kindness said, Before you came, the goddess of evil and I were also discussing this matter. We were discussing whether the power of love exists and whether it is powerful. The Azura god is right. The flaming bar goddess resisted the Divine Realms Enforcer with force, but her body was also destroyed. There are many kinds of punishments. The goddess of evil and I are prepared to make a bet. This will be her punishment. A bet? The three god kings looked at each other. They didn't understand the god of kindness. The god of evil continued. That human boy who violently resisted the law enforcers of the divine realm should also be punished. Didn't they love each other and were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other? Then, let's use this bet to verify whether love exists or not. Kindness, we just talked about a prize. What do you think it is? The god of kindness said, What I advocate is the existence of love, and the power of love is infinite and the most unpredictable. If I win, you must promise me one thing unconditionally, and vice versa. The evil god said, All right, I believe that love is not some kind of endless power. In the face of desire, love is nothing. Well, do as you say. If you lose, then no matter what I ask of you, you have to do it. The god of good said, Very well, let's restore the flaming bar soul and let her take the bet. An illusory white hand separated from the white pillar of light and grabbed at the bottom of this bizarre world. Not long after, a ball of faint red light appeared on this white hand. The god of evil's pillar of light also shot out a black light, interweaving with the white light of the god of kindness in the air. The three god kings retreated. Only the two god kings in the divine realm were able to restore their soul with a divine imprint. The interweaving of black and white made the colorful world even more beautiful. The red light, floating in the air, gradually stretched out and condensed into a perfect human figure. Where is this? The flaming bar looked at the colorful world in confusion. When her soul dissipated, she never thought that she would be able to regain consciousness one day. This is the divine realm, the god of kindness said. Divine realm? The flaming bar was stunned. She only knew a little about the divine realm. She only knew that the Divine Realm Committee was in charge of the divine realm. The god of Azura said in a deep voice, Flaming bar goddess, quickly greet the two god kings. The flaming bar came to her senses. She looked at her illusory body in shock. It seemed that she had regained some of her soul. She then said respectfully, Flaming bar greets the two god kings. The god of kindness said, This is the Divine Realm Committee. I am the god of kindness. This is the god of evil. And the other three god kings are the god of Azura, the god of death, and the goddess of life. The god of evil, and I have temporarily restored your soul through your divine imprint. Raging flames listened to the god of good's words. Her emotions were very calm. In the face of the three god of law enforcement and the two god kings, she was still able to maintain such a calm expression, causing the five strongest experts in the divine realm to be unable to help but raise their eyebrows. In fact, the flaming bar's thoughts were simple. Her soul had already been shattered. No matter how strong they could only destroy her body and soul. She wasn't even afraid of death. So what else could she be afraid of? The god of Azura said in a deep voice, "Flaming bar goddess, do you know your crime?" The flaming bar said indifferently, "I don't know. Whatever crime I have committed, it's all up to you. In the face of absolute power, there's no such thing as fairness." You're referring to me killing Shupness, right? Could it be that I didn't kill him and let him kill me? The god of Azura said coldly, "Shupness only wants to bring you back to the Divine Realm Committee. The committee will judge your matter, and the committee will give you a fair recognition." Fair? The flaming bar smiled, and there was even a hint of disdain in her smile. She had already sacrificed her body and soul, so she didn't think that she would have a good ending. Even in the face of a peak expert like the god of Azura, she didn't show the slightest bit of fear. She said, "To an abyssal god like me, how can there be fairness? When the killing god Shupness saw me, he called me a vile creature and a demon. If I go back to the Divine Realm Committee with him, will I have a good ending?" The god of Azura was stunned, but before he could speak again, the god of evil suddenly said, "Flaming bar goddess, you're right. In the face of absolute power, there's no such thing as fairness. It's the same in the human world, and it's the same in the divine realm. I only have one question for you. Do you still want to see the human called Ji Dong again?" The flaming bar's divine sense suddenly trembled. "Great God King, you're saying that I still have a chance to see Ji Dong?" Her previously cold voice instantly became excited, and her divine sense uncontrollably trembled. The god of evil indifferently said, "I can give you such a chance. If you don't accept, then based on your crime of killing Shupness, your body and soul will be destroyed right now. If you accept, not only will you be able to see Ji Dong again, but you might even be able to be with him." "I accept. No matter what conditions you have, I'll accept them." The flaming bar's divine sense trembled violently. She never thought that not only would her body and soul not be destroyed, but she would also have a chance to see Ji Dong again. How could she not be impulsive? The god of evil indifferently said, "I can let you return to the human world. Haven't you always wanted a human body? I can give it to you. However, your divine power must remain in the divine realm. In the human world, you can only be a human, and you can only cultivate using human methods. This is a necessary rule. Gods cannot affect the development of humans." "I'm willing." The flaming bar almost agreed without hesitation. Becoming a human had always been her dream. No matter how strong her divine power was, as long as she could be with Ji Dong, divine power was not important. The god of evil indifferently said, "Don't be in a hurry to agree. I haven't finished speaking. Don't you want to be with Ji Dong? All right, I'll give you the most perfect female body in the human world. I'll give you the best innate talent and a noble background. You can approach him, even tempt him, and use this new identity to pursue him. However, there's only one request, and that is, you can't tell him that you're raging flames. You must use your new identity to make him fall in love with you, and say the 3 words 'I love you' to you. As long as he says it, then we can forgive all the crimes you've committed before, and even let you be with him." The flaming bar stared blankly at the black pillar of light where the god of evil was. Did she hear correctly? Such conditions seemed to be too generous. The god of evil's voice suddenly became stern. "However, you must remember that if you expose yourself as the flaming bar in the process of approaching Ji Dong, both you and him will be destroyed immediately. You will never be able to reincarnate." Were these conditions really generous? Perhaps only the flaming bar would think so. Even the Azura god looked at the flaming bar with pity when he heard the god of evil's conditions. This was the bet between the god of good and the god of evil. The flaming bar would use her new identity to approach Ji Dong. If she could successfully make Ji Dong say, "I love you" to her, it would prove that the feelings Ji Dong had for the former flaming bar were not true love. The god of good would lose. If Ji Dong rejected the feelings of the flaming bar's new identity, then he and the flaming bar would never be able to be together. Could the flaming bar use her new identity to make Ji Dong accept it? No one knew the answer. The imperial palace of the Eastern Wood Empire. In terms of the vastness of the imperial palace, The Central Empire was the best among the 5 empires in the continent. However, in terms of vitality, the imperial palace of the Easternwood Empire was the best. It was said that there were at least 3,000 types of plants in the imperial palace of the Easternwood Empire. All of the pavilions and buildings were hidden within these plants like a paradise. Perhaps the imperial palace of the Easternwood Empire was slightly inferior in terms of prestige, but it was definitely the most comfortable among the 5 empires in the continent. Princess Xian is awake. Hurry, Princess Xian is awake. Report to His Majesty. Anxious and noisy voices resounded in the imperial palace. For a moment, it seemed that the entire palace was in chaos. Just 3 days ago, something big happened in the imperial palace of Dongmu Empire, which shook the whole empire. Its influence was second only to that of the demonic island half a year ago. The Hell Prison realm suddenly showed its power, causing disasters to the 2 provinces near Haibin. At least 1 million people died in that lightning storm. What happened 3 days ago was not a national event, but the impact on the imperial palace was definitely not smaller than that of the demonic island. Princess Xian, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Dongmu Empire, even the most beautiful woman in the world, accidentally fell into the lake in the back garden and drowned. Speaking of Princess Xian, she was definitely the greatest pride of the imperial palace of the Dongmu Empire. She was born with a 99% E-wood physique. She started cultivating at the age of 3. At the age of 5, she had the crown of yin and yang. At the age of 11, she had reached the crown of 3. Although she was only 18 this year, she had already reached the crown of 5 and was about to reach the crown of 6. She was definitely a genius among geniuses. The emperor of the Dongmu Empire, Chun Xiaofeng, had a total of 17 children. Among these 17 children, 16 were princes, and the only daughter was Princess Xian. Her brilliance almost overshadowed all of her brothers, but she was a girl, so she would not pose any threat to the throne. Moreover, she was unparalleled in beauty. Therefore, not only was the emperor the most fond of her, but even his brothers, who were constantly fighting for the throne, liked her very much. It could be said that Princess Xian was the pearl of the entire imperial palace. However, just 3 days ago, suddenly there was news that Princess Xian suddenly fainted by the lake next to the imperial garden, causing her to fall into the lake and drown. The emperor was furious and ordered all the guards and servants around Princess Xian to be imprisoned. If Princess Xian could not wake up, then it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Princess Xian's bedroom. Princess Flaming Bar sat quietly on the side of the bed. Her vision was a little blurred. She agreed to the request of the evil god because it was her only chance. At the moment, her mind was a little chaotic. The memory of this body was constantly merging with her own. Have I really become a human? And I'm Princess Xian of the Dongmu Empire. After accepting Princess Xian's memories, she knew that the reason why Princess Xian, named Chun Sixuan, fell into the water was because she was trying to break through to the 6th crown. 18 years old, level 59 cultivation, even Raging Flames was surprised. One must know that at her age, Jidong was nothing more than this. However, perhaps it was because this Princess Xian was too conceited, cultivating by the lake without the protection of any devil master. She rashly tried to break through to the 6th crown, causing her to fall into the water. If it wasn't for the fact that she cultivated the most healing wood magic, she would have died from her cultivation deviation. Princess Xian, how are you feeling? The imperial doctor will be here soon, a servant asked tentatively. Princess Xian frowned and said, all of you can leave. I'm fine now. I want to be alone for a while. The servants looked at each other. Princess Flaming Bar slowly raised her head and swept her gaze over the servants. Only then did they quickly leave. Princess Xian stood up. She felt a little weak. The magic in her body was not even at the 6th crown, and she was not used to it. After all, she had just gone through a cultivation deviation. She was so strong before. However, this was no longer important to her. As long as she could find the one in her heart, what did it matter how strong she was? Princess Xian slowly walked to the dressing table and sat down. When she saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 3:26. The Southern Fire Empire, the Kanglan River. The Kanglan River was the largest river in the Southern Fire Empire. It was also one of the top 3 rivers in the entire Five Elements continent. It could be said that it was the true mother river of the Southern Fire Empire. From west to east, it almost ran through the entire territory of the Southern Fire Empire. The clear river water surged and nurtured generations after generations of Southern Fire people. The Southern Fire Empire attached great importance to the Kanglan River. Many military camps were stationed near the Kanglan River in order to protect this mother river. Anyone who dared to pollute the river would be severely punished. This was the middle reaches of the Kanglan River, which was also the south-central region of the Southern Fire Empire. On a large rock by the river sat a man. Beside him was a pile of liquor bottles. In his hand, he was still drinking the strongest vodka. This man's clothes were ragged. From his back, he looked extremely dispirited. Although he was tall, he gave people a feeling that he had 1 foot in the grave as he sat there. His unkempt hair was white, a lusterless white, giving off a feeling of deathly stillness. Only an old man who was nearing the end of his life should have such hair. However, how many old men would drink like him? If anyone could see his face, they would be greatly shocked. The messy white hair covered the face of an extremely young man. Although his face was unshaven, he didn't look more than 30 years old. However, he had a pair of unimaginable eyes. What kind of eyes were those? His eyes were empty without any signs of life. This kind of eyes that only a dead person could have appeared on this young man with white hair. It could be said to be a spectacular sight. Anyone who came within 10 meters of him would immediately feel the deathly, still aura on his body. It was an aura that was enough to make anyone feel extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, although many passers-by would look at this person, no one would approach him. The fiery vodka flowed down his throat, and the burning sensation spread to every corner of his body. Bang! He threw the empty bottle aside and opened another bottle of vodka that he had prepared earlier. Only the numbing effect of the alcohol could temporarily make him forget the pain. He was Ji-dong, and this white-haired man in ragged clothes was Ji-dong. It had been half a year. A whole half a year had passed, and he had been living in a daze. That day, when he woke up again, his heart was empty. The death of the flaming bar was too much of a blow to him. It had taken away everything in his heart. What else could an empty heart have? If it wasn't for the flaming bar's last wish, he would have followed her without hesitation. The pain continued to gnaw at his heart. When he took the first step, his black hair had already lost its luster. When he took the second step, his black hair had already turned gray. When he took the third step, it was as if all the life in his body had left him. All the life in his body had gone silent, and what followed was this head of lusterless white hair in front of him. His hair had turned white in 3 steps, and he was a walking corpse. These words were perfect to describe Ji-dong's state in the past half a year. He didn't even know where he was, and he didn't think about anything. His vermilion burr bracelet was still with Ajin, and he didn't have a single coin on him. In that extreme pain, he thought of wine. So, in a forest that wasn't very dense, he tore apart a few magical beasts with his bare hands and used their crystal cores to exchange for some gold coins, which he used to buy wine. In the past half a year, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything but wine. If it weren't for the fact that his body could absorb the fire element in the air to replenish itself, he would have been a cripple even if he didn't die. In his past life, Ji-dong had placed great importance on his sense of taste. Not only was he a top-notch bartender, but he was also a top-notch wine master. The deterioration of his sense of taste would greatly affect his mixing and tasting of wine. But now, the god of wine had lost all self-discipline and worry. He could only rely on wine to numb himself, to lessen his pain. Without the flaming bar, there were no more thoughts in his mind. What heavenly stem saint? What holy king? What saving the radiant continent? All of that was meaningless in his mind. Losing the flaming bar, to him, meant losing everything. The last bottle of vodka was finally finished. Ji-dong climbed up from the boulder numbly. He had drunk too much, And even though his strong body would naturally dissolve the alcohol, his mind was still groggy. A cool breeze blew past, and Ji Dong's body swayed, almost falling down. But this feeling of dizziness was exactly what he wanted. He didn't know how much he had drunk these days, but he had forgotten that he had spent all the money he had earned from selling the cores. Actually, with his strength, even if he didn't have the Elder of Law Enforcement's medallion, as long as he went to the Magician's Guild and showed off his strength, he would definitely be able to receive funding from the Magician's Guild. But Ji Dong didn't want to do that. He didn't want to see anyone. He only wanted to live a befuddled life, to think about his flaming bar in that dizzy and confused world. Only by falling asleep in that dizziness could he possibly see her in his dreams. Just like that, he staggered towards a nearby city. He didn't even know the name of the city. He only knew that he could buy alcohol in the city. In the distance, he could already see the city gate. Ji Dong staggered forward. There were a lot of people gathered around the city gate. There were at least 100 soldiers gathered there. Ji Dong didn't know what was going on, but to Ji Dong, it didn't matter. He didn't care about it. He just wanted to buy some wine. Stop! Just as Ji Dong reached the city gate, 2 soldiers stepped forward and stopped him. Looking at Ji Dong's drunken appearance, the 2 soldiers revealed looks of disgust in their eyes. However, because of their duty, they had no choice but to stop this young man with a head full of white hair. Ji Dong slightly raised his head. His hazy eyes revealed some confusion. He said, "What do you want?" One of the soldiers said, "Report your name, age, and birthplace." The Empire is now conscripting soldiers. All males between the ages of 16 to 40 have the obligation to serve in the army. "Get lost," Ji Dong said coldly. The 2 soldiers were furious. They said, "You drunkard, how dare you disobey orders? Let's arrest you first to sober you up." While saying that, the soldier on the left switched his spear to his left hand and raised his right hand to grab Ji Dong's shoulder. Ji Dong was tall, so the soldier had to get very close to him in order to grab his target. Ji Dong's eyes were still empty. He allowed the soldier to grab his shoulder, but he didn't stop and continued to walk towards the city. The soldier who grabbed his shoulder was shocked to find that he couldn't stop this drunkard at all. Even his own body was being dragged along. The other soldier saw that the situation wasn't good. He shouted, "Stop right there, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." While saying that, the spear in his hand was already pointed at Ji Dong's chest. However, to his surprise, Ji Dong continued to move forward as if he didn't see the spear. Ji Dong's chest was pressed against the spear and pushed the soldier back. In the beginning, the soldier was afraid of hurting him, so he retracted the spear in his hand slightly. However, Ji Dong continued to move forward without any scruples. The soldier only felt a strong force coming from the spear, and he was knocked back a few steps along with his spear. On the other hand, Ji Dong only had a hole left on his chest, and he continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. The soldier who was grabbing onto his shoulder had no choice but to let go. "Someone is causing trouble," the soldier with the spear shouted. Instantly, more than 10 soldiers of the Southern Fire Empire quickly surrounded Ji Dong. "Stop! You're attacking the army. If you don't surrender, we'll kill you without mercy." The captain of the squad, Hyoheim, shouted. "Surrender without a fight? Kill without mercy?" These 2 words suddenly stimulated Ji Dong's heart. He clearly remembered that when Shupness, the killing god, came to the core of the world, he also said something similar to the flaming bar. His hollow eyes gradually turned red, and a strong aura of danger instantly erupted from Ji Dong's body. The soldiers in front of him were only ordinary soldiers. How could they withstand the aura released from his body? Feeling the terrifying killing intent and tyrannical aura, the soldiers couldn't help but fall back. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Who exactly was this drunkard? Ji Dong clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't very clear-headed to begin with. He mumbled, "Bastard, bastard. You ruined my flaming bar, it's you." With a loud bang, intense and scorching flames instantly erupted from Ji Dong's body. Although he had only been drinking for the past 6 months and had never cultivated, his chaos bead had been protecting his body and regulating it. Even if he didn't eat or drink, the chaos bead alone could help him sustain his life by absorbing the magic elements from the outside world. The magic energy in his body was even slowly increasing. With the existence of the chaos bead, no matter how bad Ji-dong's mental state was, there was no danger of him going berserk. A 3-meter-tall golden flame suddenly rose. In an instant, the temperature in front of the city gate rose rapidly. Ji-dong, who was completely engulfed in golden flames, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention outside the city gate. He stood there like the god of fire. The soldiers who had surrounded him earlier quickly moved away from him. They never thought that this drunkard would be a devil master. The scorching yet familiar flames spread throughout his body. Ji-dong slowly raised his hands and looked at the golden flames on his hands. His hollow eyes became blurry again as he mumbled to himself, Flaming bar, why? Why won't you let me go with you? Why leave me alone in this world? Do you know how much pain I'm in right now? How much pain?" At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard not far away. "Ji-dong? You're Ji-dong?" A red silhouette approached quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was only 10 meters away from Ji-dong. It was calling his name in an extremely agitated manner. Ji-dong lifted his blurry eyes and looked at the person. The stimulation of the name made him slightly more clear-headed. The person seemed familiar, but his muddled brain could not recall it. The numbness from the alcohol and the pain in his mind caused his body to sway violently. The golden flames on his body quietly extinguished. With a thud, he fell to the ground and fell asleep just like that. For the past 6 months, he had been repeating this process. He would drink when he woke up and fall asleep when he drank too much. He did not care where he was at all. He was unwilling to accept reality, and even more so, he could not accept reality. Every time he was slightly clear-headed, he remembered that the flaming bar had already left. The unbearable pain made him feel like he was about to break down. The Chaos Pearl's ability to adjust his body was too strong. When Ji-dong woke up from his sleep, he did not feel the pain of a hangover. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was still hollow. He realized that he was lying in a room with a blanket over him. It seemed like he had even changed his clothes. He suddenly sat up on the bed and mumbled, "Alcohol, alcohol." Only alcohol could numb him. Drinking was the only thing he wanted to do. "Ah, you're awake. Ji-dong, what's going on with you?" A familiar voice came from beside him. An elderly man in red had already walked up to him. However, what he saw was Ji-dong's eyes, which were filled with death and emptiness. Ji-dong did not look at him at all. He was still mumbling, "Alcohol, alcohol, give me alcohol." "Ji-dong, what's going on with you?" "I'm Yang Bingtian. Don't you remember me?" This elderly man in red was Yang Bingtian, the former dean of the Fire Academy. He was Zhu Rong's disciple in name. In terms of seniority, he was Ji-dong's senior brother. Yang Bingtian? Ji-dong mumbled this name. Just when Yang Bingtian thought he had remembered, he had already called out for alcohol again. As he spoke, Ji-dong got off the bed and walked out without a care for anything else. He was still mumbling the word wine. Yang Bingtian flashed across the air and blocked his way. He gripped Ji-dong's shoulder with both his hands and said, "Ji-dong, what on earth happened? Why are you here? And why are you like this?" Looking at Ji-dong, Yang Bingtian was anxious. "Move." Ji-dong's shoulder suddenly shook. Yang Bingtian felt that his palms had gone numb, and he could no longer hold his shoulder. In the next moment, Ji-dong had already walked up to him. Yang Bingtian felt a great power coming through his body. He was a 6-crown martial artist and couldn't resist it at all. His entire body bumped against the door behind him. "Ji-dong, I won't let you go," said Yang Bingtian in a deep voice. Ji-dong paused briefly. In the next moment, he slowly raised his right hand and murmured, "If you don't let me drink, I will kill you." Chapter 327. A terrifying, murderous aura instantly permeated every corner of the room. Ji-dong's hollow eyes instantly turned blood red, and an intense dual fire attribute spread out from his body. That dense, murderous aura was definitely not fake. Yang Bingtian was aghast. Although he had finally broken through to the 6-crown realm, he was very clear that he was no match for Ji-dong. Both of them were of the fire attribute, but the suppression of the extreme flames made him unable to contend. Jidong, wait a moment, I'll give you some wine. An idea suddenly occurred to Yang Bingtian. He turned his wrist, and a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. He was also a wine lover. How could he be short of wine? Jidong was a bit surprised to see the wine. He immediately snatched the bottle. His murderous aura and magical attributes completely disappeared. He threw the bottle cap away and raised his head to drink. Seeing his appearance, Yang Bingtian felt a dull pain in his heart. Not so long ago, he was still a proud son of heaven, a rare genius in the world of magic masters. But what happened to him now? Yang Bingtian had also vaguely heard about what happened on the Holy Evil Island, but he didn't know everything. He only heard that Jidong went missing on the Holy Evil Island, but he didn't expect that he would appear here and become like this. This time, he came here to recruit students for the academy. He had left the Heavenly STEM Academy with Zhu Rong and established a full attribute advanced magic academy in the capital of the Southern Fire Empire, Blazing City. The teaching method was not the same as that of the Heavenly STEM Academy. In the past few years, he had already become famous in the Southern Fire Empire. Zhu Rong himself was the dean, and with the existence of this 8-crown champion, as well as his previous identity as a director of the Heavenly STEM Academy, it was impossible for Blazing Academy not to become famous. Yang Bingtian was in charge of 2 fire departments in this Blazing Academy. He was the dean of the 2 departments. Looking at Jidong's appearance, Yang Bingtian thought to himself, "No, this absolutely cannot go on." With his strength, it was impossible for him to suppress him. His mind was not clear, so he had to bring him back to his teacher. Only then would it be possible for him to return to normal. Thinking up to this point, Yang Bingtian already had a plan in mind. He walked in front of Jidong, took out a bottle of wine, and said to him, "Jidong, come with me. Don't you want a drink? As long as you come with me, I'll provide you with alcohol." "Give me wine?" Jidong threw away the bottle of wine that he had drunk in one gulp and took the wine from Yang Bingtian's hand. He looked at him in a daze and said, "You are giving me wine to drink?" Yang Bingtian said affirmatively, "I'll give you wine to drink. Come with me, okay?" "Okay." Jidong readily agreed. As long as there was wine to drink, nothing else mattered. Yang Bingtian sighed inwardly, then took out a few bottles of wine and put them on the table to the side. "Then wait for me here. Don't go out. I'll go buy wine for you." Jidong looked at him, nodded, and continued to drink. His heart had long since been sealed off by himself. Apart from drinking, he wasn't willing to accept anything from the outside world. As long as someone gave him wine to drink, what did it matter where he went? Yang Bingtian turned around and left. In less than half an hour, he came back. Apart from buying a large amount of wine, he also specially hired a carriage. Using the wine as a guide, he brought Jidong onto the carriage and left the city. Along the pipeline, they boarded a ferry, crossed the Kanglan River, and continued north. As time passed, Yang Bingtian's mood became heavier and heavier. Jidong's condition was even worse than he had imagined. He didn't eat or drink at all, only drinking. If he wasn't given wine, he would turn around and leave, basically unable to recognize himself. When drunk, he would sleep, and when he woke up, he would drink again. Spending every day in this kind of befuddled and dreamy life, one could imagine how much stimulation he had suffered to become like this. Yang Bingtian wanted to bring Jidong back to Blazing Academy, but he couldn't be sure whether Zhu Rong could restore Jidong to normal. 5 days after crossing the Kanglan River, the carriage arrived at the Blazing Fire City, located in the central north of the Southern Fire Empire. Just like the Central Plains City was the capital of the Central Empire, and the Sky Water City was the capital of the Northwater Empire, this Blazing Fire City was also the capital of the Southern Fire Empire. The comprehensive academy established by Zhu Rong was also located here. Although it was a comprehensive academy, Zhu Rong himself was a citizen of the Southern Fire Empire. Therefore, he named this academy after the capital of the Southern Fire Empire, Blazing Academy. Blazing Academy was located in the south of Blazing Fire City. Only one wall separated it from the imperial palace of the Southern Fire Empire. From this, it could be seen how much importance the Southern Fire Empire attached to this academy. The academy occupied an extremely vast area, even not inferior to the Heavenly STEM Academy. In order to establish this academy, the government had carried out a large-scale expropriation of land nearby. The Southern Fire Empire had always wanted to have a comprehensive academy like the Heavenly STEM Academy. 7 years ago, when Zhu Rong came here, he undoubtedly brought them the greatest hope and naturally received the greatest support. The carriage arrived at the gate of Blazing Academy. Yang Bingtian pulled Ji Dong down from the carriage. When Ji Dong saw the academy walls in front of him, his hollow eyes slightly shrank, seeming to be a bit livelier. Everything in front of him was so familiar. Back then, he had also come to a place similar to this to study. The outer walls of Blazing Academy were almost completely built in the same way as the Heavenly STEM Academy. However, the two most prominent totems were the Third Fire Series and the Fuhua Series. This was the difference brought about by the difference in the region. In the territory of the Southern Fire Empire, it was natural to have fire totems. Looking at the totems on the academy walls, Ji Dong stood there in a daze. Ever since Yang Bingtian met him, this was the first time he had temporarily forgotten to drink. Does it look familiar? When teacher Zhu Rong came here to establish Blazing Academy, many things were built in the same way as the original Heavenly STEM Academy. The Heavenly STEM Academy has many things worth learning from. However, this comprehensive academy belongs to our Southern Fire Empire. It is called Blazing Academy, and the dean is teacher Zhu Rong. Yang Bingtian struck while the iron was hot, wanted to wake Ji Dong up while he was reminiscing. However, things didn't go as he wished. Ji Dong's eyes only fluctuated slightly, then very quickly recovered their deathly stillness. He once again picked up the wine bottle. Yang Bingtian sighed inwardly, saying, "Let's go, we'll go in." After paying the fare, sending away the carriage, he brought Ji Dong inside the academy. Just like Yang Bingtian said, many places in Blazing Academy were built in the same way as the Heavenly STEM Academy. Once inside was a tree-lined avenue leading straight inside. After passing through the avenue was a wide field, and in the distance were 5 enormous school buildings. However, these 5 buildings weren't divided into 5 colors like the Heavenly STEM Academy, representing the 5 elements. The colors were all red, giving people a scorching feeling. "Hello, Director Yang." Whether it was a teacher or a student, they all took the initiative to greet Yang Bingtian when they saw him. Of course, Ji Dong's strange appearance also became the focus of their attention. Blazing Academy had a clear rule that within the academy, no student was allowed to drink, and no teacher was allowed to drink during work hours. But Ji Dong brazenly held the wine bottle and drank mouthful after mouthful. How could he not attract attention? Yang Bingtian brought Ji Dong all the way to the main school building. As they walked, he didn't care whether Ji Dong could hear him or not, explaining to him, "Our Blazing Academy's teaching style is different from any other academy. Just like the majority of the advanced academies, we recruit 2 or more demon masters, but we have 10 people in a class, led by a teacher. These 10 people must belong to different attributes. In other words, all 10 attributes are present. A teacher leading 10 students to teach, no doubt more detailed. Moreover, what we want to foster is the fusion of the attributes between the students in order to achieve better teaching goals. The fusion of the 10 attributes is the direction of the future. Didn't you encounter a powerful enemy on the Holy Evil Island this time? Normally, we have classes for all attributes, as well as separate classes for each department." Hearing the 3 words Holy Evil Island, Ji Dong glanced at Yang Bingtian. These 3 words had left too deep an impression on him. Yang Bingtian brought Ji Dong upstairs, all the way to the top floor of the main school building. This was the office of the department heads, as well as the upper echelons of Blazing Academy. "Oh, Director Yang has returned." A tall and thin middle-aged man with long blue hair just happened to walk out of a room. When he saw Yang Bingtian, he immediately stopped and greeted him. But his gaze fell on Ji Dong, his eyes clearly revealing astonishment. Yang Bingtian smiled at the blue-haired middle-aged man and nodded, saying, "Director Lee, hello, I've just returned. Is the dean's office?" Director Lee said, "He should be. The dean said yesterday that this morning he would convene us department heads for a meeting." Yang Bingtian nodded, saying, "Thank you, I have something to discuss with the dean first." Director Lee said, "Director Yang, you still haven't introduced me. This is?" Yang Bingtian smiled bitterly. "Let's talk about it later." Before Ji Dong returned to normal, he really didn't want to talk about his affairs. While speaking, he already brought Ji Dong inside. Looking at their backs, Director Lee's eyes revealed a somewhat thoughtful light. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then he left. The dean's office was at the innermost part of the top floor. This was practically the norm in all the academies. Yang Bingtian brought Ji Dong to the door and knocked. "Come in." A dignified voice came from inside. Yang Bingtian pushed the door open and entered. The dean's office was very large, but the layout was extremely simple, almost without any decoration. A few large bookcases, a large desk, a few chairs, nothing more. Zhu Rong didn't seem to have changed much compared to 7 years ago. Perhaps it was because he had become the dean. He looked more dignified. At this moment, he was reading a document on the desk, and only raised his head to take a glance when Yang Bingtian opened the door. "Bingtian, you're back." Zhu Rong's voice stopped abruptly because he had already fixed his eyes on Ji Dong, who came in behind Yang Bingtian. Zhu Rong pressed his hands on the desk and abruptly stood up. "Teacher." Yang Bingtian greeted him politely. Before he could say another word, Zhu Rong had already appeared in front of him, or more precisely, in front of Ji Dong. Looking at Ji Dong's unchanged face and his white hair and lifeless eyes, Zhu Rong's facial muscles slightly trembled. He abruptly turned his head and looked at Yang Bingtian. How could this be? Hearing Zhu Rong's voice, Ji Dong's expression didn't change at all. He was still holding the bottle and pouring the liquor into his mouth. Yang Bingtian sighed and briefly told Zhu Rong about how he met Ji Dong. Hearing Yang Bingtian's words and looking at Ji Dong's face, Zhu Rong's eyes gradually turned red. Was this still the disciple he was most proud of? What on earth had made such a talented disciple become like this? Although he hadn't been teaching Ji Dong for too long, in Zhu Rong's heart, Ji Dong's position was even higher than Fury's because Ji Dong had the extreme power of yin and yang and was the true future of all fire-type magicians. Zhu Rong abruptly raised his hands, grabbed Ji Dong's shoulders, shook his disciple's shoulders hard, and said, "Ji Dong, you kid, wake up. Do you hear me? Wake up." Ji Dong let Zhu Rong shake his body, but the look in his eyes didn't change at all. Zhu Rong knew much more about what had happened on the Holy Evil Island than Yang Bingtian did. After the Holy Evil Island, only a few people had survived. The leaders of all empires soon learned about what had happened on the Holy Evil Island. They were all shocked. Within a short span of 10 days, all empires had started sending more troops to the east coast of the continent and stationed on the Holy Evil Island. At the same time, all magician academies started recruiting more students and lowered the requirements. 5 years, in only 5 years, they would have to face the attack from the dark continent of the 5 elements. The 5 empires, which had been peaceful for a long time, all panicked. Fortunately, they had 5 years as a buffer. Otherwise, no one could imagine what would happen. Sure, Fu, it's useless. Except for drinking, he doesn't seem to want to do anything else. He seems to have closed his own heart, rejecting everything from the outside world. I've tried every method that can wake him up, said Yang Bingtian in a deep voice. Zhu Rong's face turned darker and darker. He slapped the wine bottle in Ji Dong's hand away and said, "Drink, you only know how to drink. No matter what happens, what's the point of running away? Do you really not need to face it? Don't you know what the continent is facing? Bastard, Ji Dong, wake up. I order you to wake up." "Why my wine?" Ji Dong stood there in a daze, looking at his empty hand, and could only repeat this sentence. "You." Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with a complicated light as he said, "Bingtian, you leave now. I will find a way to wake him up." "Yes, sure, Fu." Yang Bingtian slightly sighed in relief, turned around, and left. Chapter 328. Zhu Rong grabbed Ji Dong's arm and flew out of the open window with him. Along with a resonant dragon roar, an enormous ninth-grade fiery dragon abruptly arrived, carried their bodies, and flew out of the blazing fire city. "Wine, give me wine!" Jidong struggled and yelled at Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong sighed. Without Yang Bingtian, he couldn't suppress his emotions anymore. Tears gushed out of his wrinkled face as he said, "Kid, how did you become like this? Do you know how painful it is for you to become like this? You're not even 21 yet. Perhaps we've been burdening you with too many things all this time." Looking at the tears flowing down from Zhu Rong's eyes, Ji Dong suddenly quieted down, staring at Zhu Rong in a daze. He stopped asking for the wine and stopped struggling. Raising his hand and stroking Ji Dong's white hair, Zhu Rong took a deep breath and said, "Kid, don't worry. No matter what price I have to pay, I will make you back to normal." Soon, Zhu Rong's fiery dragon flew out of the blazing fire city, towards the south and into a valley. This valley was completely covered in all kinds of plants. Large patches of greenery made people feel that this place was thriving. Under Zhu Rong's order, the fiery dragon slowly descended, flying the valley until it reached the tallest mountain in the valley, then descended towards the top of the mountain. The fiery dragon descended. Zhu Rong brought Ji Dong down and landed on the top of the mountain. His look had already turned respectful as he said, "Sure Fu, look who I've brought." Two people were sitting on the mountaintop with their legs crossed, facing the direct sunlight. Hearing Zhu Rong's voice, they opened their eyes respectively. When they saw Ji Dong, they leaped up simultaneously and came to Zhu Rong and Ji Dong, just like what Zhu Rong had done before. These two people were the victorious Light Highness Yin Zhaoyang and the Tai Highness Yin Zhaorong. During the great calamity of the Holy Evil Island, the six of them were seriously injured by the attack of the innumerable Lightning Calamity Realm. If not for the fact that the power of the innumerable Lightning Calamity Realm could not be fully unleashed due to the destruction of the Flaming Bar, they might not have been able to leave this place alive. They brought a group of devil masters with the most potential and strength, but the scene of people being plunged into misery and suffering still made these supreme experts filled with heartache. However, the power of the innumerable Lightning Calamity Realm was not something they could resist. When the Holy Evil Island calmed down, the Red Lotus Heavenly Flame cut off the connection between the two continents again. They learned the truth from the survivors on the Holy Evil Island. Because of their severe injuries and the sudden change, the six Supreme Masters could no longer practice closed-door cultivation together. They endured their injuries and went back to their motherland to report to the royal family and prepare for the Holy War. Yin Zhaoyang and Yin Zhaorong naturally came to the Southern Fire Empire. After doing what they needed to do, their injuries flared up again, so they stayed on the top of the mountain to bathe in the sun and treat their injuries. They all knew that Ji Dong left with the Flaming Bar Queen on the Holy Evil Island. They didn't think too much about it. The god-level strength displayed by the Flaming Bar Queen gave them hope. Wasn't it because of her that the Five Elements continent was saved? Therefore, they weren't worried about Ji Dong's safety. But at this moment, when they saw the white-haired Ji Dong, their faces couldn't help but change greatly. Without a doubt, it wasn't just Ji Dong who had met with mishap. The Flame Empress was probably in trouble as well. Yin Zhaorong and Yin Zhaorong looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Yin Zhaorong was a little better, but Yin Zhaorong stepped forward and said, "Zhurong, what happened? How did Ji Dong become like this?" Zhurong sighed and told them how Yang Bingtian found Ji Dong. Hearing his story, the faces of Yin Zhaorong and Yin Zhaorong darkened. Yin Zhaorong said in a low voice, "Something must have happened. That's why Ji Dong closed his heart. He left the Holy Evil Island with the Flaming Bar Queen. Something must have happened to the Flaming Bar Queen. Wake him up first." While talking, Yin Zhaorong came to Ji Dong, stared at his empty eyes, and said, "Ji Dong, tell me, what happened between you and the Flaming Bar Queen? Can you hear me?" Flaming Bar, Flaming Bar. Yin Zhaorong was so smart that he immediately found the key to the problem. Hearing the two familiar words, the look in Ji Dong's eyes gradually changed. He began to murmur the two words, and his body began to tremble. Flaming Bar, Flaming Bar. With a trembling voice, Ji-dong showed a sad look on his face. Under the gazes of Yin Zhaorong, and Zhurong, two lines of blood tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. His body also began to tremble violently along with his voice. Seeing this, Yin Zhaorong and Zhurong's eyes immediately turned red. The time that Ji-dong spent with Yin Zhaorong was longer than with Zhurong, his real teacher. They watched Ji-dong grow up day by day. At this moment, seeing such an outstanding disciple become like this, how could they not feel sad? Yin Zhaorong choked with sobs and said, "How could this be? How could this be? One is like this, the other two are also like this. Such outstanding disciples, how could they?" At this moment, Yin Zhaorong suddenly raised his hand and pressed his palm on Ji-dong's forehead. A strong wave of magic power immediately poured into Ji-dong's forehead, as if he was enlightened. At the same time, his other palm pressed on Ji-dong's chest. A white light shone on his palm, and Yin Zhaorong's entire eyes lit up. Ji-dong's body trembled more and more violently. His empty and dead eyes began to show a struggling expression. With the huge magic power poured into Ji-dong's body, the silent soul vortex of Ji-dong began to vibrate. Traces of spirit power and memory began to show signs of awakening. More importantly, Yin Zhaorong ignited the chaos bead in Ji-dong's chest with a chaos fire of the same nature. The pure chaos, filled with the ultimate power of creation, instantly spread throughout Ji-dong's body, awakening every cell in his body. With a loud sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out and sprayed onto Yin Zhaorong's body. It was purple-black, extravasated blood. The pain that had accumulated in his heart for more than half a year seemed to have been spat out along with this mouthful of blood. Ji-dong's body trembled, and his face suddenly turned pale. His eyes gradually became a bit brighter. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, his eyes became a bit blurred. Yin Zhaorong said softly, "Child, don't cry. Tell me, what on earth happened to make you like this? In my heart, you have always been a strong and good child. As a man, no matter what happens, you have to be strong and face it bravely. Do you understand?" Yes, Ji-dong woke up. Under the dual effects of Yin Zhaorong's magic power and the chaos fire, his soul vortex and the chaos bead were simultaneously activated. His self-sealed heart finally reopened. However, he didn't want to wake up at all. Every time he thought of his flaming bar, that unforgettable pain made him almost unable to breathe, as if thousands of steel blades were cutting his body and soul. "Grandmaster!" Ji-dong suddenly knelt down on the ground, tears gushing out of his eyes. He said, flaming bar, she died. She died to save me." Seeing that Ji-dong had regained his consciousness, Zhurong and Yin Zhaorong let out a sigh of relief. However, their emotions were not relaxed at all. Looking at Ji-dong's painful look, they could totally imagine why his self-sealed heart became like this. Yin Zhaorong squatted down, opened his arms, and hugged Ji-dong. He gently stroked his white hair and said, "Child, poor child, you still have your teacher, your wife, and your grandmaster. No matter what happens, you still have us with you." Zhurong put his hands under Ji-dong's armpits and held him up. He said in a deep voice, "Child, your teacher's wife is right. No matter what happens, you still have us with you. You are a man, you have to be strong. No matter what happens, you have to straighten your back and tell our grandmaster and teacher what happened. Tell us why the Queen of Flaming Bar died." In Yin Zhaorong's arms, Ji-dong's hollow heart felt warm and finally calmed down a little. He said in a sad voice, "The Flaming Bar was the queen of the core world. She was born in the magma lake in the Earth's core. She unified the Earth's core world. She had the power of a god long ago, but that was a power that the divine realm didn't allow. Therefore, she couldn't use her power on the Earth's core, otherwise she would be discovered by the divine realm. On the holy evil island, in order to save me, she used her power on the Earth's surface. It was she who stopped the attack of the Dark Five Elements continent. It was she who saved us from the eruption of the Lightning Calamity realm. It was also she who used her power to buy us 5 years of time, preventing the destruction of the Radiant Five Elements continent. However, she was also discovered by the divine realm. The divine realm sent the god of slaughter, Shupness, to fight against the flaming bar in the earth's core. Although we killed Shupness in the end, the flaming bar also, at this point, Ji-dong was sobbing uncontrollably. She died for me. She had the power of God. She was immortal, but because of me, she died. She left this world forever. She was my lover, and my heart died with her. Grandmaster, Master's wife, I'm in so much pain. I really want to die with the flaming bar, but I can't. I still have to help her fulfill her wish. Yin Zhaoyang sighed. Separation in life and death. This is the greatest pain in life. Child, you said it yourself. You still have to fulfill the flaming bar's wish. Moreover, don't you want to avenge her? Although the flaming bar was killed by the divine realm's enforcer, if it wasn't for the attack launched by the dark Tianji of the Five Elements mainland, if it wasn't for the myriad lightning tribulation, your flaming bar wouldn't have died. If you really love her, you should avenge her. Even if it's for the sake of this hatred, you have to live well instead of giving up on yourself. If her spirit in heaven sees you like this, she will definitely be in great pain. Do you want that to happen? You have to be strong, stronger than before, and be reborn from the pain. Hearing Yin Zhaoyang's words, Ji-dong gradually clenched his fists. Dark Tianji, one day, I will definitely tear you into pieces to avenge the flaming bar. But, Grandmaster, I really can't do it anymore. My heart is broken. In my mind, there's nothing else but the figure of the flaming bar. Yin Zhaoyang sighed. I can understand your current feelings, and we won't force you to do anything now. You need time to calm down and think through everything. But you have to promise me, no matter what, you can't give up on yourself anymore, okay? Looking at Yin Zhaoyang's concerned eyes, feeling the warm embrace of his grandmaster's wife, Ji-dong slowly nodded with some difficulty. To stay awake, he had to bear the heart-wrenching pain. This decision was extremely difficult for him. Zhurong said, Teacher, let Ji-dong stay here to accompany you. Yin Zhaoyang looked at Zhurong, shaking his head. Ji-dong's mood is still very unstable. He needs time. This place is too isolated. Only by coming into contact with the outside world can his pain gradually fade. How about this? Isn't your Blazing Academy recruiting new students? Let him stay in the academy as an ordinary teacher. Coming into contact with the outside world is a bit better for him. Zhurong frowned slightly. With Ji-dong's current state, as a teacher, I'm afraid, Yin Zhaoyang said in a low voice. What? My grand disciple is the holy king of this generation's heavenly stem holy disciples. Is being a teacher not enough? We have to believe in him. If he wants to recover completely, to return to normal, he can only rely on his own strength. None of us can help him. Only when he understands himself can he truly recover. Zhurong nodded and said, All right, let him be an ordinary teacher, as you said. Ji-dong, pull yourself together. No matter what happens, your grandmaster's wife, and I will always support you. Ji-dong's tears had stopped flowing. He nodded confusedly. The emptiness and deathly stillness reappeared in his eyes. Although compared to before, he was no longer so closed, but to recover from that extreme pain, it was still not something that could be done in a short period of time. Zhurong took Ji-dong back to the Blazing Academy and arranged Ji-dong's room next to his. Ji-dong, who had woken up a bit, was no longer as numb as before. He ate something under Zhurong's request. Zhurong called Yang Bingtian over. As the headmaster, he had too many things to deal with. He couldn't stay by Ji-dong's side all the time. For the time being, he let Yang Bingtian stay with Ji-dong. At the same time, he also started to think about how to let Ji-dong be a teacher among the students in his current state. From his own point of view, he didn't want Ji-dong to be a teacher because he had to be responsible for every student. He didn't think that the current Ji-dong was qualified to be a teacher. Chapter 329. In the Southern Fire Empire, the Blazing Academy's new recruitment period had begun. Unlike most of the other academies on the continent, the Blazing Academy, as the #1 academy in the Southern Fire Empire, still had extremely high recruitment requirements. Zhurong once said that the students he wanted to raise were elites who could play decisive roles on battlefields, not cannon fodder. Thus, Blazing Academy only recruited 100 students each year. Of course, compared to before the Holy Evil Islands calamity, this number had already doubled, but the requirements were still as strict as before. Now, the new enrollment had already ended. Among the 1,000 young magicians who came to sign up, the most outstanding 100 were chosen. Moreover, only 10 were chosen for each type of magic attribute. Today was the most important part of the enrollment, class division. According to Blazing Academy's rules, 10 students were assigned to a class, and the 10 students in each class couldn't be of the same type. They had to be of all 10 types. However, Blazing Academy had a special rule. When dividing the classes, it wasn't the teachers who chose the students, but rather the students who chose the teachers. This was also a new round of competition. Just like how every teacher hoped to be able to teach the most talented disciple, every student also hoped to be able to receive the guidance of the most outstanding teacher. Therefore, in the process of class division, the most outstanding teacher was obviously the goal of every student. At this time, on the Blazing Academy's large field, a class division list had already been set up. On each list was a portrait of the teacher, below which was a detailed introduction of the teacher. At the bottom of the list was the space for students to choose. There were altogether 10 portraits like this on the list. In other words, after the 100 students who passed the test arrived here, they could choose their teachers based on their circumstances. After the selection, the 10 teachers would be ranked according to the number of students who chose the most. Starting from the teacher who had the most students chosen, the students of the same element would compete with each other. Only one person of each element would be left. The loser would automatically fall into the group of the teacher who had the second most students chosen and continue the competition. This process was called seizing the position by Blazing Academy. His goal was simple. If he wanted to get the best teacher to teach him, he had to prove that he was good enough. This rule not only had a great motivational effect on the students, but it also had the same effect on the teachers. No one was willing to be the one chosen the least by the students. If that was the case, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, the competition between the teachers was also very intense. Not only did they have to work hard to improve their own strength, they also had to strive for perfection in teaching. Only then would they have a better reputation and have more choices when the new students chose them. At this moment, the first drawing on the list depicted a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was cold, and he had a head of long golden hair. His appearance could not be considered handsome, but he gave off a strong sense of oppression. The following annotation was as follows. Name, Xinyuan Xin, gender, male, age, 47, attribute, metal element, level, 6 crowns, level 63. Teacher Xinyuan Xin was once the teacher who received the most recognition from the students in Blazing Academy's first intake of students. With his formidable strength, he had extremely high attainments in teaching students. Metal Element Department Head, graduated from Heavenly STEM Academy, once participated in the War of Holy and Evil. The second drawing depicted a woman in her 30s. Her appearance was beautiful, her features picturesque, and she had a head of light green hair. The following note reads, Name, Tang Ilian, gender, female, age, 36, attribute, wood element, level, 6 crowns, level 61. Most of the corresponding teachers of the 10 drawings had detailed introductions. Only the last one was a bit different from the previous 9 teachers. The 10th drawing depicted a man of unidentifiable age. His youthful appearance looked to be in his 20s, but he had a head of lusterless white hair, a pair of empty eyes without the slightest spirit. It was very difficult for a drawing to completely portray a person's charm, but this drawing only made people feel the loneliness of this youth. The following note reads, Name, Jidong, gender, male, age, 21, attribute, fire element, level, none. Teacher Jidong's overall evaluation was the weakest of the 10 teachers. The note was written like this. Whether it was age, attribute, level, or the last note, they all gave people an incredulous feeling. No one could believe that a 21-year-old Qing Yin could come to Blazing Academy to become a teacher. In fact, The maximum age limit for advanced Mage Academy students was still 22. In other words, it was very possible that the new students would all be older than him. The attribute only said the fire element. It didn't even say whether it was the third fire or Fuhua series. The level was even less clear. The overall evaluation was the worst. Seeing this note, the only feeling people got was that the academy basically didn't plan on letting students choose him. The only thought some self-righteous new students had when they saw this last drawing was that this was clearly Blazing Academy's way of motivating them. If they didn't want to become this teacher Ji Dong student, they had to strive to win against others, becoming a disciple known to the previous 9 teachers. Not only were the new students puzzled, the Blazing Academy teachers were also puzzled. Only today, when the results were released, did the academy send a notice releasing Ji Dong's information. Among the department heads, besides Yang Bingtian, practically no one understood why this kind of situation would appear. If Ji Dong's strength was very strong, they could still understand why he suddenly appeared on this year's list of teachers. But from the note, it could be seen that he was practically no different from trash. How could this kind of person become a homeroom teacher? Ji Dong's name was resounding in Heavenly STEM Academy, and was even more revered on the holy evil battlefield. However, the people in other countries who knew him were extremely few. It was still possible to know him in the Central Plains Empire, but in the Southern Fire Empire, it was very few. The competition among Blazing Academy's teachers was also very intense. The teachers who could individually instruct 10 students were all the most outstanding. The other teachers could only teach in general subjects. Every teacher hoped to be ranked on the list that would only appear once a year. But this year, an outsider suddenly appeared, and moreover, an outsider who seemed to be very poor from the information occupied one of the positions. Ji Dong's information was personally arranged by Zhurong after careful consideration. Just as most people guessed, this information basically didn't want those outstanding students to choose him. It was difficult to disobey a teacher's orders. Moreover, Zhurong also hoped that Ji Dong would get better one day, so he had to place him on this list. However, if the current Ji Dong was to instruct those talented students, it was clearly unscientific. As a result, this information appeared. Whether it was the age or the note, it was all to tell the students not to choose him. In the end, those who would fall under Ji Dong's tutelage would only be the 10 people with the worst talents. This way, even if it was a mistake to find a younger brother, the negative effects would also be minimized. Moreover, Zhurong's evaluation of Ji Dong wasn't the slightest bit fabricated. With the current situation of Ji Dong as a teacher, saying that he was the worst wasn't wrong at all. On the stage, the students who'd passed the 8 freshman exams were already gathered in front of the list. However, what was strange was that up until now, not a single person had made a choice. According to common sense, outstanding teachers like Xianyuan Xin should have long since been plastered all over the freshman cards of the students. But now, the list of 10 teachers was completely empty, as if these new students were waiting for something. In front of the list, there were several teachers in charge of maintaining order. Seeing that none of the new students had any intention of choosing, the teachers couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, not understanding what was going on. Only the teacher in charge of the new student assessment said in a low voice, "I know what they're waiting for. For these new students, choosing a teacher isn't important anymore. They're waiting for someone." Waiting for someone? Waiting for who? Another teacher asked curiously. "They're here to study. Who else could they be waiting for?" You probably don't know this, but among the new students this time, there's an extremely special existence. In terms of strength, with her cultivation, she's completely qualified to be one of the teachers on this list. In terms of status, she's even more noble. Moreover, this special new student also has a title that I'm afraid everyone will be very interested in. This title is Number 1 Beauty Under Heaven. These new students are waiting for her. Number 1 Beauty Under Heaven? Several teachers looked dumbstruck at the teacher who spoke. That's right, Number 1 Beauty Under Heaven. You should have heard of her, the only princess of the Easternwood Empire's imperial family, a genius girl. What? Are you talking about that Princess Xian? Heavens, why would she come to our Blazing Academy? Hasn't her cultivation already broken through the 50th rank? Even if she really wants to study, she should go to the Heavenly STEM Academy. With her excellence, entering the Yin Yang Hall shouldn't be a problem at all. How would I know why Princess Xian would come here? In any case, she came. I was fortunate enough to see her appearance during the new student assessment. I can only say that the #1 beauty under heaven isn't a lie. I've never seen such a perfect girl. Let me ask you, who among these new students wouldn't want to be in the same class as her? Not to mention the male students, even the female students wouldn't want to get close to Her Highness. While the teachers were talking, students finally began to make their choices. Moreover, their choices were surprisingly uniform. They didn't choose teacher Xianyuan Xin, but rather teacher Tang Yilian in the second picture. Altogether, 9 students chose teacher Tang Yilian, all female. From her freshman cards, it could be seen that these 9 female students were all of the second wood system. The reason why they chose first was very simple. They were of the same second wood system as that Princess Xian from the Eastern Wood Empire. According to Blazing Academy's rules, they wouldn't have the chance to be in the same class as her. Just at this moment, the new students suddenly became restless. They almost voluntarily scattered to the sides, leaving a path in the middle of the crowd. From the outside, they could directly walk to the list. The eyes of the teachers in charge of maintaining order also lit up. 3 people walked in from outside. The one walking in the front was the dean of the second wood system, also teacher Tang Yilian on the list. Among the 10 head teachers of this year, only she and Xianyuan Xin had the status of dean. At 36 years old, she looked even more beautiful than in the picture. She wore a light green dress that set off her seductive figure. Age didn't reduce her attractiveness at all. It seemed that this teacher Tang Yilian was like a ripe honey peach. Unfortunately, the current her didn't emit the slightest bit of splendor. There wasn't even a single person's gaze focused on her. On the other side, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes were cold, his appearance was resolute, and his whole body was filled with a strong killing intent. If Ji Dong saw this person, he would definitely be able to recognize him, because he had fought with him and won. He was Chun Longao, one of the 5 great annihilation war gods of the Dongmu Empire's Annihilation Corps. He was actually over 60 years old and had a very high position in the entire Dongmu Empire's military. He was also an expert who had won 8 titles. However, it wasn't him who attracted everyone's attention. Between Chun Longao and Tang Yilian was a young girl. She was the focus of everyone's gazes. She wore a light green dress that hung all the way to the ground, and her long dark green hair draped over her back. She looked very moving, and her dark green eyes looked like the purest imperial green. They were sparkling and translucent, moist and lustrous. She was about 175 meters tall, and her pale face didn't have the slightest blemish. Even her skin was like a white ice jade, lustrous and translucent. Her appearance was enough to make all things pale in comparison. Perfect, that was absolute perfection, a perfection without the slightest blemish. Whether it was appearance, figure, or everything else, it was all perfect. Even if there was no comparison, no one would question her reputation as the world's most beautiful woman. Not only the men, but all the women present were already staring at her. This was the world's most beautiful woman, the Dongmu Saintess, Princess Xian. That's right, this was Princess Xian, the Princess Xian who had woken up after drowning, the princess who came to Blazing Academy under the guidance of the Divine King. She was also the Princess Xian who had been possessed by Flaming Bar's divine sense. Princess, in front of us is the new students' teacher selection list. Actually, with your cultivation, it's already very difficult for us to give you any pointers. Princess, please. While speaking, Tang Yilian made an inviting gesture towards Princess Xian. Director Tang, you can call me C. Xian. Coming to Blazing Academy. I'm just an ordinary student. Chun Xining, or rather Flaming Bar, said with a smile. But at this moment, her gaze suddenly froze. Looking at the list in front of her, her whole body stiffened. Chapter 330. Your Highness, what's wrong? Chun Longao suddenly took a step forward, arriving at Chun Sishuan's side. His eyes revealed unconcealable concern. To him, Chen Xishuan wasn't as simple as a princess. Chen Longgao had never married his entire life, and it was unknown how many hardships he had gone through to obtain his current cultivation. He had watched Chen Xishuan grow up and regarded her as his daughter. That was definitely a father-daughter relationship. Previously, in the imperial palace, when Chen Xishuan's cultivation went berserk and she fell into the pond, he was even more worried than His Majesty. Right now, he was even more afraid that the same thing would happen to her again. Chen Xishuan didn't reply to Chen Longgao. She moved, her eyes lifeless as she walked forward step by step. Her face was completely devoid of blood, but not only did her appearance not decline in the slightest, it was even more lovable. Chen Longgao once again took a step forward, wanting to grab Chen Xishuan and examine her body's mana, but was blocked by Chen Xishuan's hand. "Uncle Long, I'm fine." Saying so, she suddenly quickened her steps, arriving in front of the teacher selection list in a few steps. She didn't look at Xianyuan Xin, who was at the top of the list, or any of the outstanding teachers in front of her. Her gaze was firmly attracted by a magnet, blankly falling on the last picture. She saw those empty eyes, felt that deathly loneliness, and also that lusterless head full of white hair. At this moment, Chen Xishuan's hands suddenly pressed on her chest. She only felt that her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. It was him. Even if he had already become like this, how could she not recognize that this was the him of her? But how did he become like this? All of this, is it because of me? Jidong, my heart hurts you. Why did you become like this? It's all because of me. All because of me. In the divine realm, even though she only stayed in the flaming bar for a very short period of time, when her divine sense was reborn through Chen Xishu's body, nearly 4 months had already passed in reality. According to the 2 great divine kings' instructions, she had to come to Blazing Academy, but His Majesty the Emperor of the Eastern Empire wouldn't agree no matter what. Flaming Bar had gone through untold hardships to convince her royal father with great difficulty on the grounds that she needed to study more theory and knowledge, as well as her yearning for Blazing Academy. She then spent more than a month recuperating in the imperial palace, and was only allowed to leave after her body had completely recovered. In order to ensure her safety, they even specially dispatched Chen Longgao to lead an Annihilation Legion 100-man squad as her bodyguard. Actually, nobody understood why the princess would choose Blazing Academy and not Heavenly STEM Academy. But the Emperor really doted on her too much. In the end, he couldn't change her wishes. Flaming Bar almost couldn't control her emotions. Seeing Ji Dong's appearance in the portrait, she could completely imagine what kind of pain he had endured in this half a year. She really wanted to loudly shout his name, immediately throw herself into his embrace, disregarding everything to tell him that she was still alive, that she could still be together with him. However, just at this time, the evil god's ice-cold voice echoed in Flaming Bar's soul. "Remember, you are no longer the Empress of Flaming Bar, but Princess Xian. If you don't want his body and soul to be destroyed, then do as we agreed. No matter what method you use to let him know or guess that you are the Flaming Bar, I will destroy his body and soul in the next second." Shivering, Flaming Bar sobered up a bit from her heartache. "Yes, I'm no longer the Flaming Bar. I am Chen Xishuan, and I can only use Chen Xishuan's identity to approach him. I can't tell him who I am. I can't even let him guess. Otherwise, it will only harm him." Tang Lian was also very curious as to why this peerless beauty, who was enough to make any woman go crazy with jealousy, would suddenly have such a big change in expression. At this moment, seeing her gaze fall on the last picture, Tang Lian couldn't help but be even more surprised. Even she didn't know Ji Dong's origin and had never even seen him before. Suddenly, she saw 2 lines of tears appear on Princess Xian's face. She slowly raised her hand and placed the freshman card in her hand under the portrait of Ji Dong without hesitation. Tang Lian, who originally thought that Princess Xian would definitely choose her class, was suddenly shocked and said, "Princess Xian, Teacher Ji Dong's price is not very good." Chen Xishuan gently wiped the tears off her face. No one saw that her hands, covered by her sleeves, had already clenched into fists. Extraordinary man's vision. I believe in teacher Ji Dong's strength, and I am willing to learn the magic skills from him. Qin Sixuan's expression had already returned to normal, at least on the surface. At this moment, Qin Longnao's gaze also fell on the portrait. When he saw the appearance of the portrait clearly, he couldn't help but tremble and said involuntarily, "It's him." No wonder he could recognize Ji Dong, who had become like this. Ji Dong really left a deep impression on him. That defeat was a huge blow to him, and it took him a whole year to gradually recover. How could his expression not change when he saw Ji Dong's portrait here? "Your Royal Highness, you can't choose him," Qin Longgao said almost without hesitation. Qin Sixuan turned her head to look at him. "Uncle Long, why?" Due to the influence of the soul and memory of this body, she now completely had a human mind and was also affected by the original memory. She no longer had any ill feelings towards this war god of annihilation, who had once helped the evildoer. She could deeply feel his concern for her. Qin Longgao forced his voice to become a line and said to Qin Sixuan, "Your Royal Highness, this person's strength is indeed very strong, but I once had a grudge against him, so—" Qin Sixuan smiled slightly and said, "Are you afraid that he will take revenge on me? If that is the case, how can he become a teacher? Moreover, as long as you leave the school now and don't meet him face to face, he will not know about your relationship with me. Even you said that he is very strong, so isn't he more suitable to be my teacher?" No one could stop her from getting close to Ji Dong, let alone Qin Longgao. Even if her father was here, it would be the same. But Qin Longgao still wanted to say something, but Qin Shining already said, "Uncle Long, this is the school. You don't have to worry at all. You can rest assured. Since you're afraid of teacher Ji Dong finding out, then you can leave now. I can take care of myself. Don't forget, the last time I went berserk, it was also a blessing in disguise, and I broke through the bottleneck of 6 crowns. Originally, Chun Siwei could not break through to 6 crowns, but if it was the Flaming Bar who had countless experiences and a deep understanding of the magical elements, how could she not break through? In a short period of a month, she made another breakthrough and entered the realm of 6 crowns. This was also one of the reasons why the Emperor of the Easternwood Empire was willing to let her out, and she also rejected the suggestion of having a jade-ground lizard king as a mount. Qin Longgao hesitated slightly, but in the end he could not dissuade Qin Sixuan, so he nodded and quietly left. Tang Ilian could not help but ask, "Princess Xian, are you really going to choose teacher Ji Dong as your form teacher?" Princess Xian said, "This should not violate the school's rules." As she spoke, she was already walking out. As soon as she left, the list behind her was instantly overcrowded by the new students. Apart from the 9 Emu female students, all the other students' new student cards were piled up under Ji Dong's name. Princess Xian's judgment would not be wrong. Moreover, even if the teacher was not good, as long as they could be in the same class as Princess Xian, it would be the greatest happiness in their hearts. Tang Ilian followed beside Qin Sixuan and smiled bitterly. "But I heard that teacher Ji Dong is a drunkard, so the overall evaluation of the weakest is definitely true." "The weakest?" Qin Sixuan stopped and looked at Tang Ilian, solemnly saying, "Teacher Tang Ilian, first of all, I believe in my own choice. In my eyes, teacher Ji Dong is the strongest." After saying this, she left without looking back. Blazing Academy was very efficient. After the new students had chosen their teachers, after another day of competition, the 100 new students had already been assigned. However, what made people's eyes pop out was that, because of Princess Ning's choice, the originally last-ranked Ji Dong became the most popular. This year's most outstanding students were all gathered under his tutelage. In this way, the teachers were dissatisfied with him, but this was after all the students' choice, and they could not say anything. Dean's office. Zhurong looked at Ji Dong sitting in front of his desk, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and could not help but frown. "Ji Dong, pull yourself together. The new students have already enrolled. Tomorrow you will officially become a teacher of Blazing Academy. This time, The ones who chose you as their form teacher are all the most outstanding students of this year. You cannot lead them astray. Yes, teacher. Jidong's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were still empty. Even though he had regained his consciousness, his thoughts were still immersed in that extreme sorrow. Zhurong sighed, saying, "What should be said? I've already said it all. Everything in the future will depend on yourself. Go." Towards Jidong, he could be said to be indulgent. The dean, who was extremely strict in the eyes of all the teachers, had given special permission for Jidong to drink in the academy. He really could not bear to scold this disciple of his. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. Right now, Jidong was like this. He could only hope that time could dilute everything and let his disciple gradually recover. Early in the morning, the new students of Blazing Academy had already lined up in the field according to the order of their classes. As the teacher chosen the most, Jidong's class was this year's first class. Princess Xian stood at the very front of the line. No one would compete with her for this position. In the eyes of the male students, she was not only perfect, but also high and unapproachable. They only looked at her with eyes that seemed to be filled with worship, so much so that no one dared to take the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. The school leaders and the teachers of each class would all participate in the opening ceremony. She was waiting for his arrival. She was finally going to see him again. She once again felt somewhat unable to suppress her emotions. In her heart, she desperately told herself that no matter what, she could not reveal any flaws. But even so, her mood still fluctuated violently like waves every day. She was the only Imu department student who chose Jidong's class. So yesterday, she didn't need to compete and became a student of this class as she wished. But Chen Sichuan didn't know how to face Jidong. When they met again, she would become his student. Moreover, she would have to pursue him again and make him say those 3 words to her. Chen Sichuan was very confident in herself. She understood Jidong too well. The teachers in charge of the 10 first-grade classes, as well as the Dean Zhurong, finally arrived. Seeing the portrait was one thing, but when Chen Sichuan really saw Jidong's current appearance, her gaze couldn't help becoming sluggish again. The rims of her eyes almost instantly reddened, making her have no choice but to lower her head to avoid being seen through by Jidong. That long white hair, that lusterless white, was like the sharpest spear, completely piercing through her heart. His lifeless and empty eyes had already lost all their color. In the past, his eyes were always filled with passion, persistence, tenacity, and indomitable. But now, he seemed to have changed into a different person. If it was said that she had changed her body, then he had changed his heart. His heart seemed to have been hollowed out, just like a walking corpse. What was alive was only his body, but his heart was already dead. At this moment, Chen Sishu thought that if it was not for the wish she left behind, he would have already followed her to the afterlife. Jidong, I definitely won't let you continue to be sad. I will use my love for you to warm your dead heart. I will definitely make you say those 3 words to me again. In the past, she could be said to be Jidong's teacher. Without the flaming bar, Jidong wouldn't be as powerful as he was now. But this time, they were still teacher and student, but their identities had been swapped. She was going to be his student. Jidong sat in a remote corner of the rostrum. Today, he wasn't holding a bottle of wine. His mind was already sober. At this moment, he couldn't embarrass Zhu Rong. He didn't care about the strange looks from the other teachers at all. In his heart, he just wanted to end the opening ceremony as soon as possible so that he could continue drinking. Zhu Rong's speech wasn't long. It was very short. It was nothing more than encouragement to the new students. All right, that's all I want to say. Now, let's invite the homeroom teachers of each class to speak. First, the homeroom teacher of the first class, Mr. Jidong, please speak. Hearing his name called by Zhu Rong, Jidong slowly raised his head. His eyes were still so empty, but at this moment his eyes suddenly moved. He saw a pair of eyes filled with passion. He saw a pair of equally perfect but dark green eyes. His eyes slightly changed. He couldn't believe that there was a second perfect person in this world. Chapter 331. At that moment, Chen Sichuan felt as if she had been staring at Ji Dong for an eternity. No matter how vivid a portrait was, it couldn't completely describe a person's eyes. When she truly saw Ji Dong's pair of empty and lifeless eyes, she suddenly held her breath. Her heart felt as if it was suddenly clenched by a strong hand, and all the blood in her body seemed to have stopped flowing at this moment. Is this still my Ji Dong? Is this still him? Even though Chen Sichuan had made ample mental preparations before coming here today, at this moment, she almost could not suppress the emotions in her heart. Such an outstanding man, a persistent, strong, and energetic man, had actually become like a walking corpse in front of her. She really could not accept it in her heart. She could not imagine how much pain Ji Dong had endured to become like this. In order to hide her emotions, Chen Sichuan lowered her head as soon as possible. She didn't dare to look at Ji Dong's eyes anymore. She needed time to calm herself down. Just like how she was familiar with Ji Dong, she also understood that Ji Dong was even more familiar with her. Once he found any flaws, even if she had changed her face, he would still be able to recognize her. Ji Dong's eyes had already returned to normal. Yes, that girl with long dark green hair also looked perfect, but to Ji Dong, that didn't mean anything. The reason why her perfection could affect Ji Dong's heart was that this perfection reminded him of another perfection. Ji Dong's love for the flaming bar didn't happen overnight, and it wasn't only because of the perfect face and body of the flaming bar. During the 10 years they had been together, the care and help the flaming bar had given him, and the little things they had spent with each other, had been increasing the love he had for them. Although another unbelievably perfect girl had appeared in front of him, it had only temporarily changed his mind. Mr. Ji Dong. Zhu Rong coughed and glanced at Ji Dong, who was still in a daze. Ji Dong looked back at Zhu Rong. From Zhu Rong's eyes, he didn't see any blame, only encouragement. Perhaps Chen Sichuan's perfection had reminded Ji Dong of the flaming bar. Ji Dong seemed to be in a better mood. He blandly said, "You need to have confidence in yourself, and you need to have determination in your cultivation. I believe that confidence comes from success, and you need to accumulate confidence bit by bit. Confidence can't be achieved overnight. Every level of improvement will bring you confidence, and every time you break through a bottleneck will also bring you confidence. You need to work hard to achieve results in everything you do, then you will have both confidence and determination. There are no shortcuts in cultivation, only perseverance and hard work." Ji Dong's voice was bland. When he said these words, his mind was completely immersed in the scene when he first met the flaming bar. His confidence came from himself, but his determination to cultivate came from the flaming bar. Because of the flaming bar's help and encouragement, he was able to achieve the cultivation he had today. To him, the flaming bar was not only his lover, but also his teacher. Hearing Ji Dong's words, the group of teachers on the rostrum couldn't help but look at him. When they looked at him again, the look in their eyes changed a bit. Zhu Rong was the same. He had never thought that Ji Dong could say such a profound and penetrating speech, and couldn't help but feel gratified. The hundreds of new students on the rostrum were all listening carefully, especially the few students who had fought their way into the class. They couldn't help but admire Chen Sichuan. She was indeed a princess. Although this teacher, Ji Dong, was young, the words he said contained a special meaning, thought-provoking. Zhu Rong was the first to clap. Immediately, the hundreds of new students applauded. Chen Sichuan finally calmed down a bit, but she didn't dare to look at Ji Dong again. It would take time for her to accept Ji Dong's current appearance. Ji Dong didn't feel anything towards the applause of the teachers and students. He didn't say anything, leaned against the back of his chair, and continued to reminisce. Zhu Rong's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed a bit, and a smile appeared on his face. Hyoheim nodded and said, "Class 2's homeroom teacher, Xinyuan Xin." Xinyuan Xin was sitting beside Ji Dong. His figure was similar to Ji Dong's, but his eyes were much colder. The aura coming from Ji Dong's body made him very uncomfortable. Not to mention, this young man had actually taken the position of Class 1's homeroom teacher, which should have belonged to him. I only have one thing to say. In a year's time, when the seats for the class competition are rearranged, our Class 2 will definitely become Class 1. After saying that, he glanced at Ji Dong, who was sitting beside him. However, Ji Dong didn't seem to hear his provocative words at all. Zhu Rong slightly frowned. He knew Xianyuan Jia's temperament very well. At his current age, Xianyuan Jia's cultivation was indeed something to be proud of, but it was also this pride that had restricted his development. However, Xianyuan Xian's teaching ability was worthy of praise. Among the 10 students of Class 1, except for Chen Xishuan, the other 9 students all looked at the 10 students of Class 2, and the people of Class 2 naturally looked at them as well. In fact, even without Xianyuan Xian's words, the relationship between these 19 students wouldn't be harmonious. They were the final opponents of yesterday's competition, and the winners would be assigned to Class 1 with Chen Xishuan, while the losers would have to be assigned to Class 2. The enmity between these 19 students had already been established yesterday. Next, each homeroom teacher made a few simple remarks, but none of the students present applauded loudly like when Ji Dong made his speech, nor did any teacher pick on Ji Dong like Xianyuan Xian had done. After all, most of the students wouldn't show their dissatisfaction on their faces. Zhu Rong had appointed Ji Dong as one of the homeroom teachers of this year's competition, and no one knew what the relationship between this young man and Principal Zhu Rong was. After the opening ceremony, Ji Dong was the first one to leave. Over 100 students were stunned to see that when Principal Zhu Rong dismissed the meeting, Ji Dong had already stood up and walked out. Like a magic trick, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. He opened the bottle and took a few mouthfuls. In this spacious sports field, a dense aroma of wine spread out. The group of teachers and freshmen couldn't help but glance at each other. Xianyuan Xian suddenly slapped on the table in front of him and said, "This is too arrogant. The principal is openly drinking in the school. If I remember correctly, the school rules state that even teachers aren't allowed to drink during working hours." Zhu Rong raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Xianyuan, Mr. Ji Dong is allowed to drink in the school because of my special permission. He is a fire magician, and his body was injured before, so he needs strong wine to recover. If your body is also injured, I don't mind giving you this privilege." Xianyuan Xian was shocked and realized that he had been a bit impulsive. In front of the principal, he hadn't clearly understood the situation and had overstepped his authority, which was obviously a taboo. However, Xianyuan Xian had always been stubborn. Since he had already said it, he wouldn't regret it. He glanced at Ji Dong, who was walking further away, and didn't say anything. Zhu Rong stood up and said in a deep voice, "All students, return to your class. Today is the first day of school, and your task is to choose the class monitor of each class, get to know each other, and communicate with the homeroom teachers." Finished speaking, Zhu Rong turned and left first. Apart from Ji Dong, who had already left, the homeroom teachers of each class led their 10 students towards the new student building. Blazing Academy's entrance requirements weren't too strict. Even though there was competition, the fact that 2 crowns could apply was still relatively flexible. However, according to Zhu Rong's requirements, Blazing Academy implemented a policy of easy entry and strict exit. Entering the academy wasn't difficult, but to smoothly graduate from the academy, in order to qualify, one had to break through to 4 crowns within 5 years. If one couldn't break through within 5 years, then one could still graduate, but without a diploma. There were many kinds of tests within the academy, and there were even more rules to promote students' enthusiasm for cultivation. The class monitor of each class was equivalent to the head student of each class. Once there was a conflict between classes, it was often this monitor who would step forward to resolve it. Therefore, generally speaking, the class monitor of any class depended on strength, and was absolutely the one with the strongest cultivation in the class. Zhu Rong had once said, if there was no conflict between classes, how could they be more united amidst conflict? Feelings forged through fighting were the most deep-rooted. Practical experience had to start from the academy. Facts proved that Zhu Rong's teaching method wasn't only novel, but also extremely effective. In the last few years, whenever the advanced academies within the borders of the Southern Fire Empire held an exchange of pointers, Blazing Academy had never lost. The title of the #1 academy in the Southern Fire Empire was completely earned through fighting. Princess Xian, you will be our class monitor. Standing behind Chen Xishuan, a tall male student walked up to Chen Xishuan's slightly bowed head and said in a clear voice. Chen Xishuan was stunned for a moment, and only then did she wake up from her thoughts. At that moment, when she saw Ji Dong's back view as he left while drinking, she felt a sharp pain in her heart once again. She knew that she still needed time to adapt to appearing in front of Ji Dong with another identity. Looking at this tall, handsome male student in front of her, Chen Xishuan forced a smile, saying, "Since I've come to Blazing Academy, then I'm a member of the academy, and not a princess. Everyone will call me by my name from now on." The 9 students of Class 1 all gathered around, 5 boys and 4 girls. Including Chen Xishuan, there were 5 boys and 5 girls. That tall youth straightforwardly said, "Since it's like this, then I won't be polite. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Zi Chenxing, a 3rd Fire Department student, 3 champions, 33rd rank. Big Sis Xishuan, I'm called Xian Wu, 2 champions, 14 4th rank, Xi Metal Department." A 15 or 16-year-old girl with a pair of beautiful big eyes ran up to Chen Xishuan and introduced herself. The others also introduced themselves one after another in front of Chen Xishuan. Chen Xishuan was anxious to return to class to see how Ji Dong was doing, but she had no choice but to first deal with these students in front of her. She didn't decline their proposal to take on the position of class monitor. First of all, their strength was indeed far lacking. After becoming class monitor, she would have even more reasons to get close to Ji Dong. How could she decline? The new students all had their own school building. It was like this every year. The academy's 5 school buildings could altogether only accommodate 500 students studying at the same time. Blazing Academy wouldn't carry out too many conscriptions. This place nurtured elites. After all, apart from Blazing Academy, there were still many other advanced academies that could accept students. The school building had altogether 6 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the class was arranged. The highest floor, the 6th floor, was the dormitory for the 10 new students in charge of class. The academy teachers who weren't in charge of class all lived in the dormitory on the top floor of the main school building. The 5th floor of the new student school building was Class 1 and Class 2, as well as their dormitories. The dormitory was for 5 people to a room. As long as there weren't any attributed male students or Yang attributed female students, it was generally arranged like this. Therefore, each class had 2 dormitories. The 4th floor of the school building was where Class 3, Class 4, and their dormitories were, and so on and so forth. At the end of the first year, when it was time to change the school building, the 10 classes of the entire year would be rearranged through the annual competition. The positions of the new school building would be arranged according to their strength, and the results of the annual competition would also be recorded in every student study file. The dormitories had been arranged yesterday, and Chen Sigue was no exception. She also lived in the dormitory together with the other 4 female students of Class 1. The dormitory was right next to Class 1's classroom. Absolutely don't think that a class with only 10 students would be very small. On the contrary, every classroom in Blazing Academy was extraordinarily large. The square rooms were 10 meters wide and 10 square meters wide. Altogether, it was more than 400 square meters. Let alone 10 people, even if 100 people were in class, they still wouldn't feel crowded. Moreover, the floor was a full 6 meters high. This kind of design had only one purpose, and that was to provide ample space for students to carry out combat training. This was also their main teaching area. Ji Dong sat behind the lectern in Class 1's classroom. However, he didn't sit on a chair, but rather on the floor, leaning against the wall, drinking mouthful after mouthful of wine. Last night, Zhu Rong had young Bing Tian bring him over. Since he was going to become the head teacher, he couldn't break the rules, so he moved the dormitory here. Right now, his gaze was a bit hazy. The memories brought back by Chen Xishuan's perfect appearance made his heart reverberate with the beautiful memories of his time with the flaming bar. While drinking wine, borrowing the anesthesia brought by the alcohol, he fantasized about every minute and second he spent with the flaming bar. His face revealed a rare trace of a gentle smile. Only, no one could see it because of his somewhat messy white hair. When it was time for class, he would always be in the classroom, but he never glanced at the syllabus on the table. Chapter 332. When the 10 students of Class 1 saw Ji Dong, except for Chen Xishuan, the other 9 were all stunned. They had all heard what Zhu Rong had said before, and they all believed him. However, when they saw their homeroom teacher sitting on the ground and gulping down wine, the difference was still huge. They all had the same thought in their minds. Is this homeroom teacher really a drunkard? Zi Chenxing looked at Chen Xishuan and said, "Class monitor, Teacher Ji Dong." A complicated look flashed across Chen Xishuan's eyes. She said, "Maybe teacher is injured, and his mental state isn't that good." She took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the restless emotions in her heart. She took a few steps forward and came in front of Ji Dong. She called out, "Teacher Ji Dong." It was a bit difficult for Chen Xishuan to call out these 4 words. It felt like their identities had been swapped. Looking at Ji Dong, she had to use all of her energy to suppress her emotions. Ji Dong woke up from his thoughts. After all, his heart was no longer in a completely closed state. He glanced at Chen Xishuan, then slowly stood up and glanced at the other students. Although the current Ji Dong didn't have that tyrannical temperament from before, his tall figure, strange white hair, and empty eyes easily left a deep impression on people. Under his gaze, all the students couldn't help but subconsciously straighten their backs. "Go to your seats," Ji Dong said blandly. Standing in front of him at such a close distance, Chen Xishuan once again smelled his familiar scent mixed with the scent of wine. She couldn't help but have mixed feelings in her heart. She resisted the urge to cry and acknowledge him, and was the first to turn around and walk down the stairs. She walked to the middle of the 10 desks in front of the podium and sat down. The others also took their seats. Zi Chenxing bluntly sat to Chen Xishuan's left, his gaze occasionally drifting to Princess Xian next to him. Ever since he saw her for the first time during the entrance exam, he had been deeply captivated. Relying on his strength that could already be considered quite powerful among the new students, he smoothly entered Class 1. Not just him. Among this year's new students, which male student didn't have a desire for Chen Xishuan? It could be said that on the first day of school, Princess Xian had already become the dream lover of all the Blazing Academy male students. This was the world's most beautiful woman, and even more so, she had the noble status of a princess. With a soft bang, Ji Dong put the bottle on the podium. His gaze subconsciously fell on Chen Xishuan's face. Everyone loved beauty, not to mention this beauty that wasn't inferior to Flaming Bar. Even in his current state, he couldn't help but be attracted. "Who is the class monitor?" Ji Dong asked blandly, his voice without the slightest emotion. Chen Xishuan stood up again, saying, "Teacher Ji Dong, everyone chose me to be the class monitor. I'm called Chen Xishuan." Ji Dong nodded, saying, "Today is the first day of class. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Ji Dong. All you need to know is my name. Student Chen Xishuan, you get to know each other. Arrange your own time afterwards. Class will officially start tomorrow." After saying this, Ji Dong carried his own bottle and directly walked out of the classroom. The crowd of students watched dumbstruck as Ji Dong left. That girl called Xen Wu couldn't help but grumble. "He left just like that? He didn't even ask for our names. This is too irresponsible. No wonder our teacher Ji Dong is evaluated as the weakest overall." Another ordinary-looking but extremely hot female student couldn't help but say, "We wouldn't really have a drunkard teacher, would we?" This female student was from the Gui Water Department, called Jin Sha. "All right, everyone, don't criticize the teacher," Chen Xishuan said in a low voice. Zi Changxing added, "Class monitor Xishuan is right. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Perhaps the teacher has something to do today. After class starts tomorrow, it should be fine." According to the Academy's rules, every morning class is the specialized class of each department. The students will be disrupted, and they will go to the different department classrooms in the teaching building, and the teacher in charge of the different classes will be in charge of the teaching. When Ji Dong returned to his dormitory, his bottle of wine had already been emptied. He leaned against the bed, looking at the blue sky outside the window, and muttered to himself, "Flaming bar, do you know? Today I actually saw a girl as perfect as you, and she's even my student. With my current appearance, am I really suitable to be a teacher?" As he spoke, he slowly opened his left hand. A faint red light surged in his palm, and a fiery red lotus seed quietly appeared. On each lotus seed, there was a dazzling golden red light. When Ji Dong saw them, his eyes instantly became passionate, and the emptiness and deathly stillness were no longer there. His body trembled, and he gulped down the wine in big mouthfuls. At this moment, suddenly, there was the sound of knocking on the door from outside. Ji Dong frowned slightly, and with a flip of his palm, the 9 lotus seeds had already merged back into his palm. He said in a low voice, "Come in." The door opened, and the person who walked in was Chen Xishuan. She stood at the door, and at this moment, Chen Xishuan's breathing was slightly hurried. She really couldn't wait for Ji Dong to say those 3 words to her. If that was the case, they could be together again, but she also knew that this matter could not be rushed. With Ji Dong's current state, it would not be easy for him to accept her again. "Teacher Ji Dong, I've already arranged for everyone to have their own free time. They've just arrived at the academy, so it's better to let the students know more about the academy." Ji Dong faintly nodded and said, "You came to find me just to say this? In the future, if there is nothing important, don't come to my dormitory." Chen Xishuan's breathing stagnated. In the past, Ji Dong was always eager to be with her, but now he was chasing her away. This kind of difference was very difficult for her to adapt to. "Teacher Ji Dong, I wanted to ask if you have any arrangements for tomorrow's engineering class. Do I need to make any preparations and cooperate with your teaching? As the class monitor, I have the responsibility to communicate with you so as to promote the student's learning state." Ji Dong waved his hand and coldly said, "Go out and close the door. I don't need you to make any preparations." Chen Xishuan's breathing stagnated, and she hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she still chose to close the door and silently left. Seeing Ji Dong again, she also needed time to adjust her mental state. With her current state of mind, facing Ji Dong, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't reveal any flaws. She decided to think on the bright side. No matter what, Ji Dong was still alive, and as long as he was still alive, wasn't that good enough? The next afternoon, after lunch, the students of the first class came to the classroom to wait for the afternoon class. Ji Dong appeared on time, but he still held a bottle of wine in his hand, and his body reeked of alcohol, causing the students of the first class to be surprised once again. Ji Dong didn't walk to the podium, but directly to the empty space behind the students' desks. "All of you come here." His words were very simple. With Chen Xishuan in the lead, the 10 students stood up one by one and came to his side. Ji Dong drank a mouthful of wine, his gaze sweeping over them, saying, "Men and women separate, each stand in a row, according to the order of the 5 elements. What is first?" Before entering Blazing Academy, apart from Chen Xishuan, these students had some understanding of Blazing Academy's teaching methods. Under normal circumstances, on the first day of class, the teacher in charge should be talking about theory, but judging from this teacher, Ji Dong's current actions, he didn't seem to plan on talking about anything. The 10 students split into 2 sides, standing in the positions Ji Dong said. The 5 girls all had the yin attribute magic of the 5 elements, and the 5 boys had the yang attribute, standing in the positions of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Seeing them stand in their respective positions, Ji Dong said with a somewhat drunken haze, "Turn around. Everyone put their left hand on the shoulder of the person in front." The students were even more puzzled. Just what did this young and drunkard teacher want to do? However, they still had no choice but to do as Ji Dong said. Ji Dong walked over to Chun Sixing, who had become the tail of the line on the girl's side, and said faintly, "Slowly pour 10% of your second wood magic into the student in front on the other side. The first wood male student do the same. Afterwards, everyone pour their magic into the person in front, and the last 2 water students urge your magic. You're not allowed to use magic skills. Release all of your magic from your body." Chen Xishuan's eyes brightened. She already somewhat understood Ji Dong's meaning. Without the slightest hesitation, she began to pour her second wood magic forward. With their arranged positions, she was a second wood major, and in front of her were the Fuhua series female students. Wood begets fire, and under the engendering of magic, it would undoubtedly substantially increase the magic power of the Fuhua series female students in front. Then she would pour her magic forward into the body of the Earth major female student, and it would correspondingly produce the effect of fire begetting earth. It was the same on the male student side. According to the principle of the engendering of the 5 elements, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets metal, and metal begets water. The magic of the 5 students instantly merged into one and concentrated on the last water attribute student. The magic that she could burst out in an instant was not as simple as the sum of the 5 people. With the engendering magic effect, the magic power would increase exponentially. Wood begets fire, and 10% of the magic was transmitted to the body of the Fuhua series female students. It was nothing at first, but with the engendering magic gradually becoming stronger. When it came to the last male and female water attribute students, the magic they received in an instant became extremely huge. The 2 of them were almost uncontrollably released this magic. Suddenly, the classroom became cold. It wasn't until after the magic was released that the 10 students understood why Ji Dong only asked them to output 10% of their magic power. The first person to output 10% of their magic power didn't mean much to the second person, but when it came to the last person, the magic power would increase exponentially. Seeing that they had completed the first experiment, Ji Dong nodded and said, "Water students, go behind the wood major students. The water major will be the second to start, and so on. From today onwards, you will all practice this. When the output of 10% of your magic power allows the last student to control the overlapping engendering magic, then the output will increase to 20%. Remember, I'm talking about everyone being able to control the overlapping engendering magic. Then, the output will increase to 20%. Remember, I'm talking about everyone being able to control the overlapping engendering magic." As he spoke, he looked at Chun Sichuan and said, "You are the class monitor, right? From now on, we will practice this every afternoon. You will be in charge. Teacher, why don't you let us use our hands to transmit magic power? Wouldn't it be more stable that way?" Zi Qinxing, who was on the male side, asked doubtfully. Ji Dong looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. He picked up the wine bottle and walked away, his body swaying a little. From the moment he entered the classroom to the end of the lesson, only 5 minutes had passed. Seeing Ji Dong leave coldly, Zi Qinxing couldn't help but clench his fists. It seemed that Ji Dong was only a few years older than him, and he couldn't tell what kind of strength Ji Dong had. He had been spoiled since he was young and was seen as a genius by his family. He had never encountered such contempt before, not to mention that it was in front of his one-sided love. Zi Qinxing was just about to rush up and argue with Ji Dong, but he was stopped by Chun Sichuan. She said, "Zi Qinxing, you must respect your teacher." When Zi Qinxing saw Chun Sichuan, his expression instantly became much gentler. He said, "But our homeroom teacher is too irresponsible. He didn't give us any theoretical knowledge at all, and immediately made us practice this ridiculous thing. It's not a skill, nor is it a method to cultivate magic power. Sichuan, I think we should report this to the academy." Chun Sichuan's expression darkened, and she said, "What reaction? Let me tell you, what the teacher taught is the most correct way to cultivate. Let me tell you why he only uses one hand to transmit magic power, and it's his left hand. The reason is very simple. Normally, our left hand is not as agile as our right hand, and our main attacking hand is also our right hand. The left hand is used to transmit magic power, and the right hand is free to activate skills when possible. Could it be that, when you meet an enemy, the enemy will not destroy our combined formation?" Zi Qinxing stared blankly and said, "But why didn't he say it clearly?" Chun Sichuan sighed inwardly. Compared to Ji Dong at that time, these student comprehension was simply too far off. She said, What you comprehend yourself will always be more profound than what you hear from others. All right, everyone, don't be idle. Start cultivating according to teacher Jidong's instructions. This kind of cultivation isn't difficult, it's just a superposition and amplification of magic power transmission, plus a process of releasing magic power. Every time, the student in last place has to do their utmost to control the enormous amount of magic transmitted. While the other classes were still in theory class, Blazing Academy's Class 1 had already started practicing. However, they never would have thought that this practice would actually last for a whole month, and their teacher Jidong also didn't appear for a whole month. When they occasionally saw him in the academy, they only saw him drinking heavily. Chapter 333. The students of Blazing Academy Class 1 were about to riot. It was no wonder they were like this. In the first month of school, their homeroom teacher Jidong had only appeared once. After teaching them an extremely simple cultivation method, he never appeared again. If it wasn't for the suppression of Princess Xian, the holy maiden of Tumu, during this month, they might not have been able to restrain themselves long ago. Repeating the boring cultivation method for a month, every day, for an entire afternoon, and the teacher didn't even show his face. These students finally couldn't bear it any longer. See, Xian, don't stop us. Even though you're the class monitor, we came to the academy to study. It's already been a month, and that drunkard teacher of ours has only appeared once. This time we have to find him and explain things clearly to the academy. Everyone hasn't forgotten, right? Class 2's teacher, Xianyuan Xin, has clearly said that he wants to surpass our class in a year-end competition. No matter how hard we cultivate, without the guidance of an outstanding teacher, it's no use. We don't want to lose. The one who took the lead was naturally Zi Qinxing. Not only him, the other students of Class 1 also had the same idea. Even Shen Xishuan couldn't suppress herself this time. Even though her perfect appearance and the title of Princess of Tumu Empire had a great influence on these students, as magicians, these students were still quite persistent in their pursuit of strength. Chen Xishuan frowned and said, "Teacher's teaching method is excellent in itself. In a month's time, the amount of magic power we can withstand has increased from 10% to 40%, and we can basically control it. Don't you think this is a great improvement? Perhaps this won't increase everyone's mana one step further, but our cooperation with each other and our perception of the 5 elements, mutual promotion and restraint, is much deeper than before. The most important thing is that our bodies are constantly enduring large amounts of mana attacks, constantly broadening our meridians. It's a great boon for our future cultivation." Zi Qinxing said, "See, Xian, even though we also feel what you've said, our strength hasn't improved from beginning to end. Mana level and mana skills are the most important to magicians. Don't you all agree?" The students nodded one after another. Chen Xishuan said faintly, "Since we're going to look for teacher, let's go together." Seeing that she couldn't stop him, she didn't plan on stopping him anymore. Over the past month, she hadn't seen Jidong much. She gradually calmed down and accepted her new identity. She had been thinking about how she could get close to Jidong, heal the wounds in his heart, and be with him again. It would be good to take this opportunity to see him. Jidong was indeed suffering from hangover. He was still drinking, and he had already drunk quite a lot. He leaned against the bed, and his mind was a little muddled. His door was not locked, so when Zi Qinxing and the others knocked, the door opened. The pungent smell of alcohol caused the students of Class 1 to frown. They saw that their form teacher's room was filled with empty wine bottles. "Teacher Jidong, are you our teacher or a drunkard?" After suppressing his anger for a month, Zi Qinxing could no longer suppress it and roared at Hyoheim. Jidong looked at him with hazy eyes and said, "It's already been a month?" Zi Qinxing looked at Chen Xishuan and said, "Si Ning, you saw it too. Our teacher doesn't even know the date. Who knows if he'll drink himself to death in the next moment. We have to shut up." Chen Xishuan shouted, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. A strong pressure was suddenly released from her body, suppressing Zi Qinxing so much that he couldn't breathe. The reason why Chen Xishuan was able to intimidate the students of Class 1, other than her identity and appearance, was because of her strength. including Ziqinxing. No one knew how strong her true cultivation was. At this moment, when she released her aura, it immediately shocked everyone. That was clearly the effect of demonic power suppression. Ziqinxing also paled. Although he guessed that Qin Sixuan was very strong, he didn't think she would be strong to this extent. Qin Sixuan looked at him coldly and said, Ziqinxing, if I hear you insult teacher again, don't blame me for being impolite. Ziqinxing was also angry. Although he was arrogant, he was a person who adhered to his principles. He said, does this kind of drunkard deserve to be our teacher? Qin Sixuan snorted coldly and said, in my eyes, even a single hair on his head is more outstanding than you. You. Ziqinxing's face instantly turned deathly pale. Everyone knew that he liked Qin Sixuan, and there were very few people among the new students who could compete with him. However, he had never thought that Qin Sixuan would actually say such words to him. In reality, even Qin Sixuan herself felt that it was a bit strange. In the past, when she was in the flaming bar, she definitely wouldn't say such words. However, after becoming Qin Sixuan, this body's original memories had merged with her divine sense. Although she was the one in control, she would still be affected by this body's original memories. This holy maiden of Tumu did not have a good temper. Not only was she favored in the royal family of Tumu Empire, she was also famous for being a violent little demoness. In extreme anger, Ziqinxing turned around and was about to leave when Ji Dong's voice rang out at this moment. Stop! Ziqinxing turned around and glared at Ji Dong, saying, what? Are you afraid? Afraid that I will complain to the academy? Ji Dong's body swayed as he got off the bed. He slowly walked in front of these students and said, in my life, fear will only appear in my heart once. You are not worthy of making me afraid. You are all very mentally unbalanced, aren't you? Fine, I will give you a chance. You are a third fire-type magician, so am I. There are 10 of you, and I am only one, and I am a drunkard. My dormitory is only 30 square meters. I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you're able to touch the corner of my clothes, then I will automatically resign from my position as a teacher and have the academy send a new teacher for you. If you're unable to touch my body in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then go back and obediently train your mutual mana transfer to 100%. When you're able to transfer your mana freely and can control it at any time, I will naturally teach you other things. Ji Dong's voice was very cold and filled with provocation. His heart was empty, but he would definitely not mislead the students, nor would he make things difficult for Jerome. Ziqinxing's expression became slightly better. He said, just in this dormitory? Ji Dong finished the wine in the wine bottle in his hand and said, let's begin. Before he could even finish his sentence, the 2 male students beside him had already pounced forward. One was pouncing towards Ji Dong's back, while the other was directly in front of him. Aside from Qin Sixuan, the others also made their move. To be able to enter Class 1, these 10 students were the most outstanding of this batch of new students. They had also trained together for a month, so they more or less had some cooperation. I've caught him. A skinny and small boy shouted excitedly. He was of the Gung metal element. His name was Ho Xin. Everyone called him Monkey Xin. Among the group, he was the fastest and was especially skilled in sudden attacks. Unfortunately, his excitement came to an abrupt end in the next moment. He clearly felt that he had caught Ji Dong, but in the next moment, he discovered that the Ji Dong he had pounced on had disappeared. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the one Ji Dong in the room suddenly became three exactly the same. Continue. Taking out another bottle of wine and twisting off the cap, Ji Dong's voice was still as cold as ever. Drinking did not mean that his strength would weaken. On the contrary, wine itself was of the fire element. In the past half a year, he had only been drinking. Not only did his strength not weaken because of drinking, it had continuously improved. Even he himself did not understand why, but his magic had already reached level 67. The 9 students moved again, surrounding and blocking him. They used all their abilities, and in this narrow space of 30 square meters, They pounced on Hyoheim one after another, trying to catch him. However, Jidong seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He used Shadow Clone and occasionally Dark Moon Dance. No matter how hard the 9 students tried, they could not get within 1 foot of him. Use magic skills to restrict his dodging space, Zi Qinxing shouted. Suddenly, he made a circle with his hands, and 2 fireballs flew out. He suddenly discovered to his surprise that his control over magic seemed to be much stronger than before. In the past, after the fireballs were shot out, they would only attack the position he had locked on previously. But now he could clearly feel that he could actually control the fireballs to a certain extent. It was not just him. Every student had the same discovery. Their control over magic skills was much stronger than before. After all, the room was too small. When the 9 students used their magic skills at the same time, the entire room was instantly filled with all kinds of magic skills. In their eyes, even if Jidong's strength was far higher than theirs, his movements would definitely be restricted. However, Jidong had used the truth to tell them that there was always someone better. Just as they began to use magic, Jidong's speed suddenly increased. They could no longer see Jidong's figure clearly. They only felt that he was like a ghost, his body flashing and moving. No matter how dense the magic skills were, he could always dodge through the gaps. Time's up, Chun Sichuan's voice sounded, ending the competition. The 9 students stopped at the same time. Everyone seemed to be panting a little. Xianwu looked at Chun Sichuan with some dissatisfaction and said, "Sister Sichuan, why didn't you make a move? If you made a move, we might have already caught the teacher." Chun Sichuan shook her head and said, "I don't do things that are impossible to accomplish." Jidong stood quietly in the middle of the room. At this time, the students realized that he had already finished the newly opened bottle of wine. He still had the leisure to drink elegantly. Obviously, he had a lot of energy left. Jidong said coldly, "All of you leave. Don't disturb my drinking here. Practice your magic skills to 100%. I'll teach you the footwork just now." This time, even Zi Qinxing's eyes couldn't help but light up. How could they not see the wonders of Jidong's footwork? He could instantly turn into a few shadows. Not to mention the practical effects. This in itself was very cool. They were all young people. Who wouldn't want such a skill? Jinsha from Gue Water couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, can you tell us what level your magic is?" "You don't need to know this." As he said that, Jidong had already walked back to the bed. He turned over and directly closed his eyes to sleep. The students looked at each other, but at this time, their mood was completely different from when they came. Not to mention anything else, just Jidong's amazing footwork had already given them some confidence in this teacher. Moreover, they also realized some of the benefits of practicing magic skills during this period of time. "All of you go. Don't disturb the teacher's rest." Qin Sichuan glanced at the much thinner Jidong with some distress. She gritted her teeth and forced herself not to show a strange expression on her face. Then, she left with the students. As night fell, Jidong stood in front of the dormitory window and looked at the lights outside. His heart began to hurt again because he thought of the flaming bar and her words. "Jidong, when I say those 3 words to you, it will be the moment I prepare the wedding dress and become your wife." Flaming bar, do you know how much I miss you? How much I want to leave with you? 10 years. You want me to continue to suffer like this for another 10 years before I can find you. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Jidong suddenly turned around and looked at the door with a cold light in his eyes. He never locked the door. The door opened, and a figure in a dark green dress walked in. It was Chun Sichuan. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if there's nothing important? Get out!" Jidong roared angrily. Chun Sichuan was stunned. She never thought that there would be a day when Jidong would say something like that to her. At this moment, she had even forgotten that she was no longer the flaming bar she used to be. She had been worried about him for more than a month, but all she got in return was an angry rebuke. The longing and grievances in her heart surged, turning into tears that flowed down her pale face. Seeing Chun Sichuan cry, Jidong's heart seemed to be touched. However, he didn't say anything. He turned around and continued to look out the window. Chun Sichuan didn't leave. She looked at Jidong in a daze. He doesn't recognize me. He really doesn't recognize me at all. Ji-dong, Ji-dong, I'm your flaming bar, but I can't tell you. The pain in her heart quickly disappeared, because Chen Xishuan knew that Ji-dong had become like this because of her in the past. Without saying a word, she quietly started to pick up the wine bottles on the floor. Although Ji-dong didn't look at her with his spiritual power, how could he not know what she was doing? What are you doing? Ji-dong asked coldly. I'm helping you clean up your room. If there's anything, I'll be at your service. Teacher Ji-dong, your room is too messy. Chen Xishuan tried to make her voice sound calmer. Why? Ji-dong frowned. Because I like you. Chapter 334. Because I like you. Chen Xishuan did not hide her Hyoheim's feelings. Ji-dong stared blankly for a moment before saying, You like me? Like a drunkard? I don't care what you are. I like you. Chen Xishuan said stubbornly. For the past month, she had thought about many things. However, she really did not know how to pursue a man. Hence, she chose the most direct method, confessing. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly the clumsiest method in the relationship between a man and a woman, and the chances of success were very low. However, if this method was spoken by a perfect and peerless beauty like Chen Xishuan, its lethality was not inferior to a supreme killing move. Get out. Ji-dong's voice suddenly turned cold. Like an ice storm, the temperature in the room dropped rapidly. Chen Xishuan could not believe her ears. He actually scolded me like that? Subconsciously, she still thought of herself as the flaming bar. Ji-dong glanced at her coldly. I asked you to get out. Didn't you hear me? As he said that, he waved his right hand. Instantly, an undercurrent seemed to appear in the room. In an instant, it wrapped around Chen Xishuan's body and forcefully pushed her out of the door. The door slammed shut less than an inch in front of Chen Xishuan. He actually did this to me? Chen Xishuan could no longer hold back her tears. With a swoosh, they flowed out of Chen Xishuan's beautiful eyes. Ji-dong did not even want to say another word. He directly threw her out. The strong contrast was extremely difficult for her to accept. If she was still in the flaming bar, she would be very happy to see Ji-dong's palm strike. This was because Ji-dong's palm strike did not release any element. It was completely pure, chaotic energy. It did not even have the characteristics of creation within chaotic energy. It was the purest form of energy. It did not mean that this energy was very powerful. However, being able to use it in such a manner proved that Ji-dong's understanding of chaotic energy had reached another level. He was getting closer and closer to being able to truly control chaotic energy. But now, Chen Xishuan couldn't feel happy at all. She had been chased away by him, verbally abused, and directly banished. After standing outside Ji-dong's door for 10 minutes, Chen Xishuan's emotions gradually calmed down. She quickly wiped the tears off her face, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly understood something. Ji-dong's rejection of her confession could only mean one thing. He loved the flaming bar. Even if the beauty in front of her was not inferior to that of the flaming bar, it would not change his mind. Why should she be angry? He still loved her. Ji-dong, you bastard. You've made me cry again. However, I won't be sad because of your rejection anymore. I'll only be happy. However, when she thought about how Ji-dong had rejected her just like that, Chen Xishuan couldn't help but frown as she thought about how she could make him fall in love with her in the future. It seemed that the evil god's condition was not that easy to fulfill. She was really conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that Ji-dong would continue to reject her, but on the other hand, she hoped that he would say those 3 words as soon as possible so that she could be with him again. With this kind of mood, Chen Xishuan returned to the dormitory. Although the students of Class 1 didn't complain, it didn't mean that no one knew about Ji-dong's conduct. The news had already spread in the academy. As a teacher, he only had 1 class a month. Many teachers had already approached Zhu Rong to complain about the problem. As the dean, Zhu Rong also felt the increasing pressure. He couldn't go on like this. Ji-dong's condition didn't seem to be improving. He couldn't let him continue to be like this. Several days later, the academy suddenly announced that the freshmen would undergo a group trial. Moreover, it would be a trial with rewards. It would be the most important part of the first year's comprehensive assessment. The announcement was directly posted on the bulletin board outside the entrance of the freshman building. 3 days later, the 10 teachers of the first year would lead 100 students to the Southern Fire Empire's famous magic beast habitat, Mt. Almonds, to undergo the trial. The trial's objective: hunt magic beasts on the outskirts of Mt. Almonds. Every 2 classes will form a group. The ranking will be based on the number of magic cores obtained from hunting magic beasts. The teachers of the 2 classes will supervise each other. Only students can take action, while the teachers will protect them from the side. They are not allowed to directly hunt magic beasts. After the final trial, a summary will be made. The top 10 students with the most harvests will be rewarded. The rewards are extremely generous. All of them are different level skill books. The top 3 rewards even include a magic weapon equipment. Just from this reward, one could see Blazing Academy's wealth. The Southern Fire Empire's support for Blazing Academy could be said to have spared no effort. When the announcement came out, it immediately aroused the excitement of the freshmen, let alone the rewards. Being able to personally hunt magic beasts instead of cultivating in the academy was already enough to pique the interest of these youngsters. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. With a teacher following them, they wouldn't worry about their own safety. According to usual practice, this kind of group trial should be led by the teacher of the first class of the same age, or by an expert sent by the academy. But this time, an exception was made. The person in charge wasn't the teacher of the first class, Ji Dong, but rather the teacher of the second class, the head of the gunmetal department, Xinyuan Xin. Regarding this arrangement, Zhu Rong could be said to have taken great pains. He hoped that through the experience outside, he would be able to somewhat ease Ji Dong's mood, but he was also a bit worried, so he gave the task of leading the group to Xinyuan Xin. At the same time, he personally ordered that the first and third class would be grouped together, which was the class that the head of the second wood department, Tang Yilian, would be in charge of. Of course, it was announced to the public that the grouping would naturally be decided by drawing lots. Grouping the first and third class together was already a great advantage. Regarding this arrangement, Xinyuan Xin was very dissatisfied. Tang Yilian wasn't only the head of the second wood department, she was also his wife. He was already very dissatisfied that his wife wasn't placed in the same group as him, let alone that drunkard. These were Xinyuan Xin's original words. However, to be in charge of all the new students, Xinyuan Xin was quite satisfied. He secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he would give Ji Dong a show of strength. This drunkard wasn't suitable to be a teacher at all. The position of the teacher of the first class should have been his. For this trial, Zhu Rong personally went to find Ji Dong. What made Zhu Rong slightly relieved was that although Ji Dong was still drinking, his mental state seemed to have improved a bit. At least his mind was relatively clear, but he still didn't want to come in contact with anything outside. "Teacher, do I have to go?" "You have to go, Ji Dong. You should understand how much hope your teacher's wife and I have for you. I understand that the death of the queen of the Flaming Bar was a great blow to you, but you still have to live your life. If you continue to be like this, forget about avenging her. I'm afraid that you will become a cripple yourself." "All right, I'll go." 3 days later, all the new students of the first year of Blazing Academy, as well as the 10 teachers, were ready to go. Altogether, 110 people were waiting on the field for Dean Zhu Rong's instructions. Among these 110 people, there were 2 who received the most attention. Without a doubt, Tuki Saintis, the #1 beauty in the world, Chen Xishuan, was one of them. Hundreds of students have been courting Chen Xishuan over the past month. Not just the freshmen, but also some of the more arrogant students. It was said that Tuki Saintis had received nearly 1,000 love letters. Outside Class 1's classroom, there were always bouquets of flowers. However, Chen Xishuan had never opened any of the love letters, nor had she accepted any gifts. She turned a blind eye to all the pursuers. Aside from attending classes, she spent most of her time in the dormitory. Her life was extremely simple, and she didn't even participate in the Southern Fire Empire's royal family's invitations. As a result, not many people had actually seen Chen Xishuan in the past month. This made the 5 male students of Class 1 even more envious. After all, they were in a favorable position to be able to enjoy the benefits. Today, Chun Sichuan was dressed in an aqua blue outfit. Her long, dark green hair hung loosely behind her. Even though she was standing in the crowd, almost everyone's brilliance was overshadowed by her. Her peerless beauty left many people dumbfounded. Other than Chun Sichuan, the other person who received attention was undoubtedly Ji Dong. The reason why Ji Dong received attention was the exact opposite of the reason why Chun Sichuan received attention. The reason why Ji Dong received attention was very simple. Not only was this class teacher holding a wine bottle, his white hair was also messy, and it was unknown how long it had been since he had changed his clothes, but there was also a strange smell to it. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a beggar, not a teacher, especially when he was standing beside Chun Sichuan. This extremely beautiful and extremely sloppy side-by-side. The contrast was even more intense, and there were even people who had the urge to kick Ji Dong away from Chun Sichuan, so as not to dirty the beauty's eyes. Zhu Rong's speech was very short, just a few simple words of encouragement. After the speech, everyone set off. Xinyuan Xin led his Class 2 students at the very front. Class 7 was in the same group as them, so they naturally also walked in front. A group of more than 100 people majestically left Blazing Academy, left Blazing Fire City South Gate, and went straight southwest. Almonds Mountain was located 600 kilometers southwest of Blazing Fire City. The distance was still quite far. Just as they left Blazing Fire City, Xinyuan Xin immediately ordered, "Everyone run." Just by walking, when would they be able to walk 600 kilometers? The students were all magicians. Running wasn't a big deal. Walking side by side with Ji Dong was Class 3's homeroom teacher Tang Ilian. She didn't know how many times Xinyuan Xin complained at home, but deep in her heart, she was still very curious about Ji Dong, this teacher who only knew how to drink every day. This curiosity mainly came from her trust in Principal Zhu Rong, a homeroom teacher personally appointed by Principal Zhu Rong. How could he have some ability? Right now, she was walking side by side with Ji Dong. Ji Dong's messy white hair and the strange smell on his body really made people not dare to compliment him. She couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Ji Dong, how long has it been since you last took a bath?" Ji Dong raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He basically didn't pay attention to her, continuing to move forward. Right now, Xinyuan Xion's team had already started running. Their speed wasn't slow, but this didn't affect Ji Dong's ability to continue drinking. Moreover, his strides couldn't be seen to be longer, but he was still able to keep up with the team. Regarding this point, the Class 1 students actually didn't feel it was strange. Although they still didn't have a good impression of his homeroom teacher, it seemed that the things he taught weren't completely useless. Not to mention that he still promised to teach them that mystical footwork. "Teacher Ji Dong, I'm talking to you." Tang Yilian's complexion was somewhat unsightly. No matter what, she was still one of the department heads of the academy. Ji Dong finally reacted. He indifferently swept a glance at her, saying, "Whether I take a bath or not, what does it have to do with you?" "You." Tang Yilian's complexion immediately paled, so angry she couldn't say anything. "Teacher Ji Dong, please pay attention to your image. Don't forget, in your class, there's a princess from a neighboring country. If you act like this, how will the neighboring country view our Blazing Academy?" "Princess?" Ji Dong stared blankly for a moment, saying, "Does our Class 1 still have a princess?" While speaking, he turned his head to look at the Class 1 students behind him. As class monitor, Chun Sichuan naturally followed behind Ji Dong. She didn't find it strange that Ji Dong didn't know her identity as a princess. Looking at Ji Dong's empty and lifeless eyes, her heart couldn't help but be filled with tenderness. She said in a low voice, "Teacher, I'm the princess of Dongmu Empire." "Oh," Ji Dong responded, saying, "So you're still a princess. However, in the academy, you're only a student." "I know." Chun Sichuan didn't say anything else. After being rejected by Ji Dong last time, she prepared to change her strategy. With her understanding of Ji Dong, She naturally knew that this guy Ji Dong was a master who could be persuaded by reason but not by force. Blindly pursuing him, it would be better to use gentleness to gradually change his impression of her, subtly influence him. First, she couldn't make him hate her. Tang Ilian's breathing clearly became a bit heavier. This guy actually didn't even know that Chun Sichuan was the princess of Dongmu Empire. Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he was pretending. This was simply too outrageous. Teacher Ji Dong, I'm very suspicious of your work attitude. After this trial is over, I'll report your problem to the Academy Committee. As department head Tang Ilian still had considerable authority in the Academy. After listening to her words, Ji Dong just glanced at her and threw 2 words at her. Do as you please. In the Academy, Tang Ilian had always been known for her good temper. At this moment, she couldn't help but have the intention to explode. Clenching her fist, she glared at Ji Dong, but he didn't even look at her. He still stubbornly drank his wine, as if nothing had happened. Xinyuan Xian style was undoubtedly very unyielding. This run lasted no less than 4 hours. After running for a full 50 kilometers, he ordered to rest and reorganize on the spot. Although the students were all magic masters, continuing to run for such a long distance still made them feel that they couldn't bear it. When they sat down, complaints were heard everywhere. Only the students of Class 2 restrained themselves a bit. Teacher, here's your wine. Chapter 335. Chun Sichuan walked in front of Ji Dong, who was sitting alone under a big tree, and handed him a bottle of strong liquor. She chose the perfect time, just as Ji Dong finished drinking the previous bottle. Ji Dong took it without hesitation, opened the cap, and continued drinking. Chun Sichuan didn't say anything more, and quietly took out a clean white sheet from her storage ring and spread it in front of Ji Dong, then took out all kinds of food and fruits and put them on it. Teacher, drinking on an empty stomach is bad for the body. You should eat something. After saying this, she didn't stay for long, and under the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding teachers and students, she sat down, took out some dry rations, and ate silently. Dongmu Saintus was actually serving that drunkard? The students even forgot about the tiredness after running, especially those male students who had a crush on Chun Sichuan. Each of them looked at Ji Dong with even more unfriendly gazes. Zi Chenxing sat quietly among the students in Class 1 and drank water. He looked at Ji Dong coldly. Ever since he had been rebuked by Chun Sichuan that day, he had been in a terrible mood for the past few days. He could understand why Chun Sichuan had not accepted him. After all, she was a princess, but what he did not understand was why Chun Sichuan was so good to this drunkard teacher. Did she like him? That was impossible. That drunkard only knew how to drink, and his appearance was not outstanding. In fact, he was covered in dirt. He looked more like a beggar. He and Princess Xian were from 2 different worlds. Why would Princess Xian like him? He wasn't the only one who didn't understand. The others were also very confused, and the atmosphere between the teachers and students suddenly became a little strange. Xinyuan Xen touched Tang Ilian, who was beside him, and said to her in a low voice, "Why is Princess Xian serving that drunkard?" Tang Ilian had a belly full of anger, and said, "How would I know?" Xinyuan Xen said in a low voice, "Go ask. This drunkard is probably not simple. After all, he was personally appointed by the dean." Tang Ilian looked at him and said, "What? You're afraid of him?" Xinyuan Xen snorted and said, "Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In this freshman trial, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Ilian, after the trial starts, pay more attention to him." Tang Ilian nodded, looked at her husband, and then walked to Chun Sichuan's side. Tang Ilian nodded, looked at her husband, and then walked to Chun Sichuan's side. Tang Ilian asked with a smile. Originally, as the teacher in charge of Class 3, she shouldn't be so close to the students of Class 1. However, she was a female teacher, and Chun Sichuan's identity was special, so it was fine. Chun Sichuan smiled and said, "Very good. Ji Dong's teaching is very good." Tang Ilian was surprised and said, "But I heard he had only one lesson," and said, "Of Ilian, and said, and had to say, and said, and Elian and Exant G of Dong, Chun of, and said of Chun, and said, and Elian and said, and of Chun, Sichuan, and of Tanglian said, Princess Xian, I saw you just prepared food for him. Did you two already know each other? Chun Sichuan shook her head and said, I didn't know him before, but now he is my teacher. It is necessary to respect teachers, not to mention. Speaking until here, her charming face slightly blushed and became even more beautiful, dazzling the surrounding people. However, what she said next almost made Tanglian faint and said, not to mention, I am pursuing teacher Jidong. Of course I have to treat him better. What? Tanglian's voice was like a scream, and she looked at Chun Sichuan with wide eyes, as if she was looking at a monster. Princess Xian, you're not joking, right? Chun Sichuan's charming face blushed and said, why would I joke about this kind of thing? But Tanglian really couldn't understand Chun Sichuan's thinking. She was the world's #1 beauty, the princess of Dongmu Empire, and she actually wanted to chase a drunkard? Just at this moment, Chun Sichuan did something even more unimaginable, and it shocked Tang Ilian to the extreme. She charmingly stood up and said in a clear voice, teachers, students, I have something to announce. Originally, Tang Ilian's cry of surprise had already attracted everyone's attention, and now that Chun Sichuan stood up to speak, she immediately became the absolute focus of more than 100 people. Her charming face slightly blushed, but her tone was extremely firm, and Chun Sichuan said, I am pursuing our class's class teacher, Teacher Jidong. I hope that all the female students will not fight with me over him. Thank you, everyone. After saying this, she slightly bowed and then sat down again. Silence, absolute silence. In this small forest that the freshmen chose to rest, it could be said that even a pin drop could be heard. Chun Sichuan's words could be said to be breaking the glasses on the floor. Chun Sichuan's words seemed to be announcing the ownership of Jidong. She was telling all the female students present, Teacher Jidong is mine. None of you should fight with me over him. If Jidong was an extremely outstanding and handsome young teacher, perhaps everyone present could slightly understand. But what kind of person was Jidong? A drunkard who did not care about his appearance, an existence like a beggar. What kind of person was Chun Sichuan? The #1 beauty in the world, the princess of Dongmu Empire. The disparity in status and appearance was really too great. If this Princess Xian did not personally say it, absolutely no one would dare to believe that this was the truth. Chun Sichuan wore a smile on her face, and her gaze shot towards Jidong, who was not far away. She clearly saw that after hearing her words, Jidong slightly frowned, but he still stubbornly drank his wine. She was not the slightest bit afraid that her declaration of ownership would bring trouble to Jidong. Could these teachers and students in front of him bring him trouble? He even dared to face the god of slaughter, Shupness. Right at this moment, Ziqinxing suddenly stood up with a whoosh and strode in front of Jidong, saying in a low voice, Teacher Jidong, I want to duel with you. Xinyuan Xin was the first to recover from his shock. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Jidong, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Ziqinxing was not the only one who wanted to challenge Jidong to a duel. Almost all the male students were staring at Jidong like a tiger. As if recalling Jidong's amazing footwork, Ziqinxing continued, If you have the ability, fight me head-on like a man. Jidong raised his head and looked at him coldly. Ziqinxing's body trembled. Jidong's empty gaze seemed to want to devour his soul, causing the courage he had summoned to instantly melt like ice, and he subconsciously took a step back. Jidong slowly stood up, and with a sweep of his foot, he kicked away the fruits and food Chun Sichuan had placed in front of him. He said coldly, Don't know what you're talking about. His actions immediately infuriated all the male students. Immediately, several dozen male students stood up, and together with Ziqinxing, they surrounded Jidong. Teacher Jidong, you have to pay the price for insulting Princess Xian. A male student hooted. What are you all doing, rebelling? Xinyuan Xin finally appeared, roaring angrily, immediately shaking the scene. No matter what was said, Jidong was still a teacher of Blazing Academy, at least for now. As the person in charge of this time's trial, even though he disliked this drunkard, he couldn't not protect his teacher's dignity. However, these male students were already a bit red-eyed. When they heard Chun Sichuan announce that she was pursuing Jidong, they were already extremely shocked and disappointed. But not only did Jidong not accept, he even kicked the food Chun Sichuan had prepared for him everywhere. How could they hold back the resentment in their hearts? In a moment, quite a few students began to release their yin-yang crowns. Even though the female students didn't move, they still had some thoughts of watching the show. They similarly didn't understand why Chun Sichuan would pursue a drunkard, but different from the male students, they were even more curious about Jidong. Surrounded by the students, Jidong coldly drank a mouthful of wine, saying, "You haven't learned much, but you're not at a disadvantage when it comes to fighting for a woman's affections. Just based on you all?" As he spoke, Jidong lifted his right foot slightly and then abruptly stomped it down. A violent rumble suddenly rang out, and the ground seemed to have been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer. Amidst the rumble, with Jidong's position as the center, a strong shock wave instantly spread out. These students generally only had the strength of around 2 crowns. How could they resist? In the midst of cries of alarm, 50 male students immediately fell to the ground like wheat being cut. Even the female students not far away were crying out in alarm. Most of them had fallen, and the only ones still standing were the class teachers, as well as Chun Sichuan, who was watching Jidong. Jidong still looked like a drunkard, still holding a bottle of wine and drinking there, but at this moment, the way everyone looked at him had changed. Most of the students were aghast. None of them had thought that teacher Jidong, who looked like a drunkard, would actually have such a powerful strength, but they couldn't understand why did the ranking list say that Jidong was a fire element magic master, but now he was using an earth element magic skill. One kick to shake the heaven and earth. It was ridiculous that they were planning to question him, but not a single one of them could stand still. The student shock was far less than that of the teachers. The students couldn't see it, but how could the teachers not see it? What Jidong used was not a magic skill at all. It was just a simple stamp of his foot, without releasing any magic. However, such a simple stamp of his foot made not all the teachers be able to stand still. Except for Tang Ilian and Xinyuan Xian, the other class teachers were all shaken, and some even fell back a few steps. There was no release of magic power, which proved that this was achieved by pure power. Oh my God, could it be that this guy was transformed from a giant dragon? Perhaps only an adult giant dragon would have such terrifying strength. This sudden stomp of its foot produced a force of several tens of thousands of Jin. Only then could it cause such a strong reaction. It could be clearly seen that, with Jidong's right foot as the center, countless cracks instantly spread out. The only one whose expression didn't change was Chun Sichuan, who was more familiar with Jidong's ability than her. Of course, she knew how Jidong did it. Although Jidong's physical strength was strong, it wasn't strong enough to release a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. When he stomped down, he must have activated the fire god's dual swords into his right leg through the fusion divine incantation to release the weight of the swords. Therefore, it looked like he stomped the ground, but in fact, it was the effect of the fire god's dual swords falling to the ground. Of course, Flaming Bar also understood that Jidong was still holding back. If he used all his strength, perhaps no one here could stand still, including himself. The way the female students looked at Jidong changed. A moment ago, they were still laughing at Chun Sichuan in their hearts, but now, their thoughts were completely different. As magicians, they didn't care about appearance like ordinary girls. Strength was the most important, especially when Jidong was so young. It was no wonder that Princess Xian took the initiative to pursue teacher Jidong. Teacher Jidong's strength was actually this strong. Jidong, who was previously a drunkard and a beggar in their eyes, now seemed to have become unconventional. Could it be that teacher Jidong played the legendary decadent style? Although the gazes of the male students were still filled with anger when they looked at Jidong, they were more afraid of him. A simple kick had already completely stunned them. Who would be so bored as to provoke him? Only now did they realize that the teacher in front of them, whom they viewed as a drunkard, actually possessed such powerful strength. Jidong looked at Xianyuan Xian calmly and said, "Teacher Xianyuan, it seems like the students aren't tired yet. Why don't we go now?" Perhaps it was because he was intimidated by Jidong's kick, but Xianyuan Xian didn't object. He just nodded stiffly and said, "Everyone get up. Let's go." They once again advanced towards MT Almonds. However, Xianyuan Xian wasn't so unreasonable. For the time being, he didn't order them to run. Instead, he ordered them to walk. The students secretly let out a sigh of relief. Chen Sichuan didn't mind that Jidong had kicked away her food. She continued to lead the first class of students behind Jidong. Ho Xian from the first class of the gunmetal department sneaked up to Jidong's side. He had a flattering smile on his face. "Teacher, how did you do that kick just now? Can you teach me? Aren't you a fire magician?" Although Ho Xian had feelings for Chen Sichuan, he knew his own limits. He knew that, with his appearance, the chances of Chen Sichuan liking him were infinitely close to zero. Thus, his dissatisfaction towards Jidong was very faint. Instead, he admired Jidong's strength even more. Moreover, his forte was speed. He also liked speed. Naturally, he wanted to learn Jidong's doppelganger shadow footwork the most. "Have you trained your mutual growth fusion control to 100%? Jidong swept a glance at him. Not yet." Ho Xian scratched his head and said, "But teacher, I will definitely work hard. Return to the team." Jidong's voice was as cold as ever. Ho Xian laughed and said, "Teacher Jidong, in the future, I will follow you. I believe that the class monitor's eyes won't be wrong. You must be an expert. In the future, however you want to train, I will train." Chapter 336. Without a doubt, Ho Xian was a smart person. He was the first student in Class 1, other than Chen Sichuan, to acknowledge Jidong as a teacher. Of course, because of this, he also received the collective disdain of the other 4 male students, led by Zi Qinxing. Of course, they weren't fools. Including Zi Qinxing, no one dared to challenge Jidong to a duel. Including the teachers, most of the students and teachers on this trip were extremely curious about Jidong's strength. They had never seen Jidong release the yin-yang crown. Chen Sichuan didn't stop approaching Jidong because of his rough and cold attitude. Every time they rested, she would take the initiative to bring food and wine to Jidong. She wouldn't talk to him or disturb him. Jidong didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all the wine, but he never ate the food. Due to the large number of people and the fact that it was to train the students, Xianyuan Xian didn't find a city to rest in. They walked on small paths in the wilderness, and their food was dry rations. After 2 days, the students couldn't take it anymore. However, they were getting closer and closer to their destination. They would arrive in half a day at most. It was noon, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. The Southern Fire Empire was the country with the highest temperature in the past 5 years. The hot weather made the students who were resting feel sleepy. Fortunately, the place they chose to rest this time was beside a small stream. The water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianyuan Xian hadn't given the order for them to move around freely, some students would have already rushed to the stream. This time, I'll give everyone 2 hours to rest. We still have around 100 kilometers to go before our destination. After this rest, we'll have to go all out in one go and reach MT Amansi tonight. There will be no more rest during this period of time. Anyone who falls behind will be reported as failing in this trial assessment. Xianyuan Xian's cold voice caused all of the new students to suck in a breath of cold air. Rushing 100 kilometers in one go, how could they live? With their current speed of 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, it would take them at least 8 hours to get there. After Xianyuan Xian finished speaking, he ignored the students' reactions and walked to the side, closing his eyes to rest. Although the students were dissatisfied, it was clear that the clear little stream was more attractive to them. There were already a few who could not hold back their impatience and directly rushed towards the little stream with loud cries, directly diving into the cool and refreshing water. Tang Ilian shook her head helplessly and said, "Boys should wash downstream. They are not allowed to go upstream. Girls should wash upstream. Class teachers should restrain their own students." It couldn't be a couple's bath, right? It wasn't just the male students who were passionate about the stream. The female students who had been on the road for 2 days couldn't wait to wash their bodies. Chen Xishuan was still by Ji Dong's side. She handed a bottle of wine to Ji Dong, but this time she did not take out any food. Instead, she took out a set of white clothes. Just the material alone looked extraordinary. "Teacher, the water in that stream seems to be very good. You should go and take a bath." Chen Xishuan's voice was very gentle. With her stunning beauty, coupled with her lovely appearance, it was hard for anyone to have any ill feelings towards her. After all, Ji Dong had drunk quite a few bottles of wine. Along the way, his spirit had indeed improved a little. Seeing the outside world was better than being cooped up in his room every day. "I don't deserve a reward without doing anything," Ji Dong said indifferently. Chen Xishuan moved closer to Ji Dong and said in a low voice, "Teacher, Xishuan has something to ask of you. How about I exchange this set of clothes with you?" Ji Dong glanced at her and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Chen Xishuan's blushing face. Chen Xishuan's perfection was different from the flaming bars. The flaming bar's beauty was otherworldly, but Chen Xishuan's perfection was real. Compared to the flaming bar's aloofness, she gave people a sense of reality and made people want to get close to her. Although Ji Dong had closed his heart, it did not affect his visual perception. Moreover, he was also perfect. Every time he saw Chen Xishuan, he would unconsciously recall all the things that happened between him and the flaming bar. This was also the reason why he had started to not reject Princess Xian. "What is it?" Ji Dong drank as he asked calmly. Chen Xishuan blushed, and her voice became even softer. She said, "I also want to take a bath, but I am afraid that someone will peek. Teacher, can you help me guard my clothes and don't let anyone get close?" "Huh?" This time, even Ji Dong was a little surprised. He turned to look at Chen Xishuan and said, "I am also a man." He was obviously asking Princess Xian if she was not afraid that I would peek. Chen Xishuan slightly lowered her head and thought to herself, "Idiot, I will only show you." She mumbled, "Teacher is a gentleman. I believe you." She was very satisfied with Ji Dong's attitude toward her in the past 2 days. In Chen Xishuan's eyes, the relationship between people was like cultivating magic. When the quantity reached a certain point, the quality of the process would naturally change. Furthermore, she was perfect now, not at all inferior to her previous self. She also had a human body. Regarding this body and identity, she was very satisfied. Wouldn't it be better to be with Ji Dong with a human body? In the past 2 days, Ji Dong's rejection of her had clearly weakened. How could she not feel it? In her eyes, it wouldn't be long before Ji Dong would gradually accept her. Although this feeling made her feel slightly uncomfortable, she was still able to be with the person she loved, so she could accept it. As his mind gradually cleared, the heart-wrenching sorrow was buried deep in his heart. Ji Dong's mind also gradually became clear. He had always been a person who loved cleanliness. Now that his mind had recovered somewhat, he naturally didn't want to continue being so dirty. After thinking for a moment, he nodded to Chen Xishuan and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Chen Xishuan was overjoyed. She clearly felt that she had taken a big step towards her goal. He first put the set of clothes in his hand back into the storage ring and happily ran upstream. Ji Dong followed behind Chen Xishuan and was about to leave the temporary camp when he was stopped by Xianyuan Xian. "Teacher Ji Dong, where are you going?" Xianyuan Xian blocked in front of Ji Dong. Without waiting for Ji Dong's reply, Chen Xishuan stopped and explained, "Teacher Xianyuan, I want to go wash my body. Please, Teacher Ji Dong, protect me." The look in Xianyuan Xian's eyes slightly changed, and a strong jealousy flashed through his eyes. He was also a man, and he had no resistance to Chen Xishuan's perfection. Hearing that she actually asked Ji Dong to accompany her to take a bath, Xianyuan Xian was really stimulated. Xianyuan Xian's voice suddenly turned cold. "Teacher Ji Dong, the female students and teachers are all washing up upstream. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go with them. Chun Sixuan hurriedly said, we'll go around them and go a bit further upstream. Teacher Xianyuan, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Teacher Jidong. Xianyuan Xen angrily said, Princess Xian, you're now a student of the academy. Please pay attention to your status and influence. If something happens to you because of a relationship, the academy won't be able to bear the consequences. Chen Sixuan's face darkened. Xianyuan Xin, is it your turn to lecture me? Who do you think you are? Are you my homeroom teacher? A good dog doesn't block the way. What did you say? Xianyuan Xin looked at Chen Sixuan, dumbfounded. He never thought that this gentle Princess Xian would suddenly scold him. This was simply subverting his image. Chen Sixuan felt a little helpless. She thought to herself, it seems like I've been greatly affected by this body's previous thoughts. What she said just now was the true nature of the Easternwood Saintess. In the imperial palace of the Easternwood Empire, all the members of the imperial family called her the Easternwood Witch. I said, please step aside. Only Teacher Ji Dong has the right to interfere in my affairs. Chen Sixuan said as she walked to Ji Dong's side. Xianyuan Xin was so angry that his whole body trembled. Chen Sixuan, although you are a princess, this is the Southern Fire Empire. You have no respect for your elders. I have the right to give you a low score in this trial. Whatever. Chen Sixuan said indifferently. What score? What did it matter to her? While saying that, she pulled Ji Dong away. Ji Dong didn't say anything. Watching Chen Sixuan and Xianyuan Xin bicker, he didn't know why, but at this moment his painful heart seemed to relax a little. Even so, you can't go. I have to be responsible for the other female students and teachers. Xianyuan Xin opened his arms and stopped Ji Dong and Chen Sixuan again. Chen Sixuan's eyes turned cold. She let go of Ji Dong's hand and stepped forward. So, Teacher Xianyuan is looking for trouble. Then I'd like to ask for your advice. As she said that, Chen Sixuan waved her right hand, and the green gem embedded in the storage ring on her middle finger shone brightly. A ray of green light suddenly appeared in front of her. Chen Sixuan took a step forward, and her whole body entered the green light. In the next moment, a strong halo instantly enveloped her body, and with a crisp clang, a set of dark green full-body armor covered her whole body. Seeing this armor, even Ji Dong's hollow eyes showed a slight fluctuation. There was no other reason. This armor wasn't just a substandard divine artifact, but an extremely high-quality one. A strong life force instantly bloomed, and all the surrounding plants seemed to have fused with Chen Sixuan at this moment. A strong magical wave suddenly rose, and the Yi-wood totem, 6 folds, turned into a 6-petaled jade lotus, and quietly appeared behind her. The white jade lotus set off the dark green armor. At this moment, Princess Xian's originally perfect appearance was even more heroic. The 6 crowns of the Yin crown condensed above her head, shining brightly. This was the first time she revealed her strength since entering Blazing Academy. Seeing the jade lotus on Chen Sixuan's back, Ji Dong's eyes couldn't help fluctuating even more fiercely. It was as if the jade lotus in front of him had turned into a red lotus. It was also a lotus. His eyes gradually blurred, as if Chen Sixuan in front of him had turned into a flaming bar. He couldn't help but mutter, "Flaming bar." Chen Sixuan had fought with great difficulty for a chance to get close to Ji Dong, but it had been blocked by Xianyuan Xin. She was extremely vexed, so she prepared to teach this teacher a lesson. But a sudden call from behind shook her mind. She subconsciously turned to look at Hyoheim. Could it be that he recognized me? Ji Dong's eyes were still hollow, but within that hollow, there was a touch of deep affection. He was looking at her. No, you can't recognize me. Chen Sixuan's heart trembled. If Ji Dong recognized her before he said those 3 words, then the god of evil would destroy his body and soul. Teacher, what are you saying? Chen Sixuan forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart, doing her best to hide her unease. Ji Dong's body shook slightly, already waking up from his reverie. The affection in his eyes disappeared in a flash, and his voice suddenly became cold. Nothing. 6 crowns? Xianyuan Xion's voice also came at this time. his voice full of shock. He had never imagined that this Princess Xian would actually have a cultivation of 6 crowns. How old was she? 18 or 19? With her cultivation, did she still need to come to Blazing Academy to study? Seeing Ji Dong's reaction, Chen Xishuan secretly sighed in relief. She understood that he hadn't recognized her. It should be because of her that he thought of the flaming bar. Her gaze turned back to Xianyuan Xin. Teacher Xianyuan, you can test my strength. As she spoke, her hands made a lifting motion in front of her body. Immediately, thick green vines drilled out of the surrounding 10 square meters. The dark green armor on her body flickered with faint cyan patterns, and the strong fluctuations of second-wood magic caused the air to condense. At this time, Ji Dong suddenly took a step forward, arriving at Chen Xishuan's side. Let's go. As he spoke, he raised his hand and directly pushed Xianyuan Xin's shoulder. Xianyuan Xin staggered from the push, but Ji Dong had already walked past him with Chen Xishuan. Xianyuan Xin's complexion immediately became the same color as Chen Xishuan's armor, but he forced himself not to explode. Chen Xishuan's strength greatly surprised him. What did a 6-crown student mean? If they really fought, even if he won, he wouldn't have any face. And if he lost, how would he have a foothold in the academy? Although his magic was above Princess Xian's, she was still a princess. Could he really go all out? Moreover, Chen Xishuan's armor was clearly not ordinary. With this kind of magic weapon, he was afraid he wouldn't have any chance of winning. If he fought, he would only be humiliating himself. At this time, all the students had gone to the stream to wash themselves. No one was paying attention to this side, so he could only choose to retreat. Chen Xishuan and Ji Dong bypassed the area where the female students and teachers were washing themselves, going upstream. One reason was to avoid being seen, and the other was the problem of upstream and downstream. Chapter 337. Teacher Ji Dong, let's just do it here. Chen Xishuan stopped beside the stream. The clear stream was only 3 to 4 meters wide, and the depth was no more than 1 meter. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Occasionally, a fish would swim by, adding some liveliness to the moving sound of running water. Opposite the stream was a hill with all sorts of plants growing on it. On the other hand, where Ji Dong and the others were, there was a forest that was not very dense. The tranquil atmosphere and fresh air made one feel relaxed and happy. If only the flaming bar was still alive. This thought appeared in Ji Dong's mind uncontrollably. If the flaming bar was still alive, playing in the water with her in this quiet place would be such a wonderful thing. At the thought of the flaming bar, Ji Dong's heart unconsciously ached. His face was slightly pale, but it was covered by his messy white hair, so Chen Xishuan did not notice it. Teacher, I'm going to take a bath. Don't peek, okay? Chen Xishuan said tentatively. Ji Dong was startled out of his thoughts. He looked at her delicate and fair face and nodded silently. He turned around with his back facing the stream. A sly smile appeared on Chen Xishuan's face. Taking a bath was not her goal. Her real goal was to get close to Ji Dong. This time, let's see how you're going to stop me. As she thought about it, she prepared to take off her clothes. At this moment, Ji Dong suddenly turned around and grabbed her shoulder. Wait! Chen Xishuan was startled. Her hands that were about to take off her clothes stopped. In the next moment, she felt her vision blur. Ji Dong had already appeared in a flash. He did not charge forward. Instead, he soared into the air. His body rose 10 meters into the air, and he stood against the wind. Without using the dragon snake transformation, Chen Xishuan could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a stream of air supporting his body. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. He had been drinking for more than half a year, but his strength seemed to have reached another realm. Of course, Ji Dong had never cultivated before, but he remembered the battle between the flaming bar and the killing god Shupness. That battle had shocked him so much that all the scenes were deeply imprinted in his heart. It affected his further understanding of the primal chaos bead. Come out! Ji Dong shouted coldly towards the forest. His hollow eyes suddenly became sharp. His whole body was like the edge of a blade, and a fierce, murderous intent erupted in an instant. In reality, Even he did not know that the Fire God Sword had returned to its original form after he fused the Fire God Swords and sealed the killing god Shupness's consciousness. This true over-god weapon had directly fused with his body, but it was no longer the Fire God Sword from before. Instead, the killing god's aura was subtly influencing the Fire God Sword, as well as Ji-dong himself. He had been drinking the entire time, so he had never seriously sensed the changes in his body. Both his aura and his strength had been affected to a certain extent. Even he was surprised when they suddenly erupted now. The pressure formed by the tangible killing intent was no weaker than the elemental suppression of his ultimate dual fire. The icy aura seemed to cause a faint layer of frost to appear in the air. It had been a very long time since Ji-dong had used the power of his soul, but he had to protect Chen Sichuan while she took a bath. He subconsciously scanned the surroundings with the power of his soul and immediately found his target. A green figure slowly walked out from the forest. He looked at Ji-dong and said in surprise, "Can you tell me how you found me?" Ji-dong immediately frowned when he saw this person. He knew this person. It was the war god of annihilation, Chun Long-gao, from the Annihilation Army. Chun Long-gao was not wearing his magic armor right now. He only wore green clothes, and he seemed to fuse with the plants around him as he stood in the forest. His strength had clearly improved compared to the last time they fought. In fact, Chun Long-gao's improvement could be said to be thanks to Ji-dong. Although he was seriously injured in the battle with Ji-dong, the benefits of actual combat made him break through to the next realm. Although there was still a long way to go before the 9th crown, the speed at which his strength increased was who knew how many times faster than before. Chun Long-gao was very uncomfortable. He had appeared here naturally to protect Chen Sichuan. Although he hadn't entered Blazing Academy, how could he not follow Chen Sichuan when she went out to train? But because of Ji-dong's existence, he hadn't been too close. He didn't know what Ji-dong and Chen Sichuan were doing next to the brook. He was hiding 200 meters away, thinking to himself, Her Highness wouldn't have taken a fancy to this guy, would she? Although this kid was indeed very valiant before, there seemed to be something wrong with him now. He couldn't let the princess be with him. After all, the princess was already engaged. Chen Long-gao had never expected that, as an 8-crown wood element heavenly adept powerhouse, he would still be discovered even though he was hiding in the forest and was 200 meters away. He really did not understand how Ji-dong had discovered him. Moreover, the terrifying killing intent that had erupted from Ji-dong's body made him feel suffocated. Initially, he had thought that after his cultivation and realm had increased, he would be able to fight Ji-dong. However, it seemed that Ji-dong's improvement was even more terrifying than his. You don't need to know anything, because the dead don't need to know too much. Ji-dong's voice suddenly turned cold, and a piercing golden light had already exploded from his body. Apart from the suppression of the murderous intent, the suppression of attributes that Chun Long-gao was familiar with and afraid of appeared again. Ji-dong hadn't forgotten the grudge Chun Long-gao had brought people to hunt the forest demons previously. Of course, he had no intention of letting Chun Long-gao go now that he had met him here, especially when Chun Long-gao was hiding nearby with unknown intentions. Teacher Ji-dong, don't attack. Uncle Chun doesn't mean any harm. Chen Sichuan rushed forward and said anxiously. When she was still in a flaming bar, she naturally didn't have any good feelings for Chun Long-gao. However, she was Chen Sichuan now. In Chen Sichuan's memory, Chun Long-gao treated her extremely well. Even now, she didn't have any bad feelings for this extermination god of war. She could clearly feel Chun Long-gao's love for her. Ji-dong looked at Chen Sichuan with a puzzled expression. Chen Sichuan hurriedly said, Uncle Chun should be here to protect me. Uncle Chun, didn't I tell you not to follow me? With teacher Ji-dong around, I won't be in any danger. Chun Long-gao frowned and said, Your Highness, this person is very dangerous. You can't get close to him. I think you should return to China with me. Chen Sichuan stubbornly said, No, Father promised me to let me go out for 2 years. How can I go back now? At this moment, Ji-dong spoke. Chen Sichuan, please step aside. No matter what relationship you have with him, I won't let him go today. Do you know how much blood he has on his hands? Chen Sichuan was shocked. From Ji Dong's cold tone, she could clearly feel that he wouldn't let this matter go. Teacher Ji Dong, please don't misunderstand. Uncle Chen had a conflict with you previously because he was under my uncle's orders. Even if you want to blame someone, you should blame my uncle. Uncle Chen is a soldier. He only knows how to obey orders. Both Ji Dong and Chen Longgao were slightly stunned when they heard this. Ji Dong immediately thought of why Chen Sichuan would take the initiative to approach him. She must have heard about him from Chen Longgao. No wonder she would approach a drunkard like him. As for Chen Longgao, he was even more surprised. He had never told Chen Sichuan about Ji Dong. So how did Her Royal Highness know? Ji Dong slowly descended from the sky and snorted. Princess of the Dongmu Empire, I forgot about your identity. Do you think you can stop me from taking action? I don't care whose orders he took. Tens of thousands of forest demons have died at the hands of him and the extermination army. This must be avenged. Chen Sichuan moved and stood between Ji Dong and Chen Longgao. She spread her arms and stared into Ji Dong's eyes. Teacher Ji Dong, if you want to kill someone, kill me first. Uncle Chen has doted on me since I was young. I can't watch him die at your hands. Chen Longgao was greatly touched. Although he loved Chen Sichuan very much, the princess had a fiery personality and had never been kind to anyone. He hadn't expected her to stand in front of him at such a critical moment. Your Highness, please step aside. Let your Uncle Chen handle this. It won't be that easy for him to kill me. It was obvious that Chen Longgao wasn't confident in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. No, I won't, Chen Sichuan said stubbornly. Teacher Ji Dong, although the extermination army killed the forest demons, haven't you killed their soldiers? Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Uncle Chen was only following orders. Can't you just let him go? You drank quite a lot of my wine. Just treat it as a reward for my service, all right? Let Uncle Chen go this time. The cold light in Ji Dong's eyes eased a little when he heard the word wine. He glanced coldly at Chen Longgao. Don't let me see you again. Chen Sichuan, don't do it again. You don't have to give me wine anymore. He had never been willing to owe anyone anything. He had drunk her wine, so this was his payback. After saying that, he turned around and left. He would no longer stand guard for Chen Sichuan. Chen Sichuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but her expression was one of helplessness. She had finally gotten closer to Ji Dong, but it had been ruined by Chen Longyao's appearance. Chen Longyao's tense heartstrings also relaxed, but he was even more furious. He realized that he didn't have the courage to fight against such a young man. After all, he was an 8-crown powerhouse. Uncle Chen, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, Teacher Ji Dong will change his mind. You don't have to protect me anymore. I'll be fine. After saying that, Chen Sichuan hurriedly chased after Ji Dong. Chen Longgao looked in the direction in which the two of them disappeared and thought to himself, Your Highness, don't get involved. That person's identity is mysterious, his strength is shocking, and he has the ultimate demonic power. He's not someone to be trifled with. A sense of helplessness gradually spread throughout his body. The princess is right. As long as that person is her teacher, why would she need me to protect her? However, he really couldn't accept it. He had trained hard for decades and had a pivotal position in the Dongmu Empire, but he had to lower his head in front of the young man. He really couldn't accept it. However, what could he do if he didn't accept it? From Ji Dong's previous burst of aura and his ability to step into the void, he knew that he was no match for him. This was a young man who could use his own strength to release a super ultimate skill. He didn't know that Ji Dong didn't store the power of the 6 dragons and 6 snakes in the yin-yang crown. Whether or not this super ultimate skill could be released was a problem. Of course, with Ji Dong's current comprehensive strength, he didn't need a super ultimate skill to defeat him. Teacher Ji Dong, are you angry? Chen Sichuan quickly chased behind Ji Dong and said timidly. Ji Dong said without turning his head, There's nothing to be angry about. I drank your wine and let the god of war off this time. We're even. Chen Sichuan said. How can it be so easy to be even? Teacher, I approach you not because Uncle Chen told me about you, but because I like you. Although you don't like me now, You can't object to me liking you. Just now, I deliberately said that because I was afraid that you would kill Uncle Chun. Moreover, you drank so many bottles of my wine. In exchange for a favor, isn't it too much of a loss for me? Ji Dong stopped and said, Then what else do you want? He had seen many beautiful women, but Chun Sichuan was the first one who would pester him endlessly. Of course, this kind of personality didn't belong to the flaming bar, but Chun Sichuan's original personality. The two personalities merged together. Although the flaming bar had the authority, it was impossible to completely suppress her instincts. Moreover, she also found that pestering him endlessly seemed to be the only way to continue her plan. Teacher, I want to take a bath. You promised me. You have to keep your word. You're a man after all. Ji Dong turned around and looked at Chun Sichuan. He saw her playing with her long dark green hair, shyly and timidly. Her delicate and beautiful big eyes peeked at him from time to time. Her red lips were slightly pouting, as if she was dissatisfied. Looking at Ji Dong's slightly surprised expression, Chun Sichuan giggled and said, Teacher, why don't we take a bath together? Ji Dong staggered and widened his eyes. What did you say? Chun Sichuan smiled and said, I know you don't dare. I was just joking. But teacher, you're really amazing. You could even notice Uncle Chun when he was hiding so far away. I'm relieved that you're protecting me. Let's go. 2 hours of rest isn't too long. As she spoke, she grabbed Ji Dong's hand without hesitation and turned around to walk to the place they had chosen earlier. Ji Dong shook his wrist and broke free from Chun Sichuan's grip, but he did not object. He followed Chun Sichuan back to the stream and sat down cross-legged with his back facing the steering wheel. Hurry up, he said.